evening's edition. I have a great show lined up for you. I'm telling you. Siasa usiweke mahali ambapo itaweza kukudhuru kwa sababu any moment ina changing. Here in Kenya things change as though that's the norm. Huwa zinabadilika every now and then. I'm telling you, yeah. If is anything to go by, right now, Gachagua is almost being replaced. Almost being replaced. If the sentiments by one William Ruto are anything to go by, we could be staring at a replacement from the DP, from the deputy president. Okay, not now, maybe in 2027 when we go back to the elections. Karibu sana. I hope you are fantastic. I'm equally doing quite fine, and I know you are doing quite well yourself. Welcome to this show. This is your host, Jix, and I am glad to be part of this great conversation. Karibu tu sana. Ilianza na nia ya Raila Odinga kutaka kwenda AU, and then after some time tukaanza kuwa na changamoto za DP Gachagua. We were thinking what happens to him. He's one who had said ata make sure Raila Odinga does not come close to State House. He had said America load blocks all over. Okay. In fact, he said Raila Odinga will not come close to this government. Now, funny enough, soon days later or weeks later, we have seen an increased alliance between one William Ruto and the other person, Raila Odinga. And now that led to Raila Odinga being choosing to go to AU. Now, him choosing to go to AU has created two things. Number one, succession for him in terms of him being the party leader of ODM and equally Azimio. So we need to talk about that. The other thing we're not going to talk about is the meeting that happened today, the G7 meeting. It is based on the 7 governors in our country. Now, the 7 governors, that is Anne Mumbi Waiguru, Susan Kihika, Mbarile, Cecile Mbarile. We have the women, sorry, uh, the governor for Tana, not Tana River, I'm forgetting her name. Fatuma something. Then there's equally the Meru governor, and all these women create or form together with Homa Bay governor. They form the G7. All right, the G7 governors or the 7 governors today had a meeting, and in the meeting therein the president was there, and there's an issue that has been there being peddled for quite some time, the two-third gender rule. And today, the president made a very interesting sentiment or a statement that is what informs the show. That if you have a candidate who is a male, and that candidate also have a running mate, whether a governor or a president, the running mate should be from either gender. Now, that one really now creates an interesting twist because Gachagua is the current deputy president. If this was to take in effect come 2027, it means Gachagua will be a one-term deputy president. Or could the vice versa be true? Will William Ruto say, now that Gachagua, I have served as a president for one term and I want to change some things, can you be the president and then you look for a female running mate? Anyway, that one I'm sure cannot even happen. But if that was true, could we be seeing at a change in leadership? Could we be seeing at a change in leadership come 2027? And who could be the female candidate? Of course, others are saying we have like Anne Mumbi Waiguru, who is her term is coming to an end. This is a second term. Could this be her moment? All right. Could this be her moment among many other women who probably would rise to the occasion, given that this is a situation where we find one Rigiji as the current DP might not be able to 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 make it come 2027 as a DP if the statements by William Ruto are anything to go by. So let's begin from there. I'll be playing some clips and equally I'll be having some guests joining me. But karibu sana kwa Kenya News, Kenya Newslink. hapa tuko nayo show fiti. We are about to discuss quite a lot, so be part of this great conversation about to happen here at Kenya Newslink. We'll look at what does it mean to have Oparanya and Joho replace Raila Odinga at the helm of ODM. What does it even mean? Will we equally see a change of guard or a change of leadership in Azimio? Who will Raila Odinga hand over the mantle to, and will Kenya embrace that person? And will that person inherit the proverbial Baba's voting basket or his stronghold? Will that be the case? Okay, Oparanya and Joho, je, wametosha? Okay, those are the things we'll be looking at, and those are the things that will be informing this conversation. What happens to the other guys? Because if you look at Joho and Oparanya, none of them come from Luo Nyanza. What happens to the likes of Mbadi, who was nominated, or rather was endorsed by the wife, that is Ida Odinga? What happens to Opio Wandai? What happens to Babu Owino? What happens to them? Okay, of course, I don't mean to sound tribal, but eventually those are the questions that need to be answered. Who will eventually equally inherit the Luo kind of kingship, if that is anything that exists? So those are the things we'll be looking at in this show, and we'll be trying to look at all that in a nutshell. So karibu sana, jibambe kwa kuketi na kutazama. Ninayo vitu mingi sana ya kuonyesha, lakini wacha tuanze na Rigathi Gachagua. Let's try to go back just a few days ago, then come back to what the president said. Here we go, even as I invite my panelists to join me in. So sit back, relax, let us have a great show.
The announcement was made today by Tanzanian President. The former president has been undergoing treatment when we get details. But moving on to other stories, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua seems to be a man at a crossroads following the new bromance between President William Ruto and Azimio leader Raila Odinga. The Deputy President has been on record on several occasions saying that he will never allow any kind of handshake between the President and opposition chief. As our senior political affairs reporter Chris Dairu reports, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is said to have shied away from the new bromance between his boss and opposition chief Raila Odinga. Take a look.
Since the declaration of ODM leader Raila Odinga that he will be seeking the topmost African Union seat, this has left tags wagging in the political divide. Though they have insisted on supporting Odinga's candidature, a section of Kenya Kwanza leaders have been left at a crossroads on the next course of action, especially after they had vowed not to allow any talks between their boss, President William Ruto, and opposition chief Raila Odinga.
Wewe mzee sikia, we have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. The last time uliingia serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta aliharibu wako haribu. Mungetaka akaribie serikali yetu? Mungetaka akaribie? Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Na sababu nimesikia dada yangu wa Mushomba akisema ati kama iko mkata inakatwa, hiyo mkata iko na William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua. Kisu ni mimi nimeshika na siachili. Hiyo kisu mimi siwezi achilia. Muniite hardliner, muniite nini.
The tussle over the 2022 elections had left the two warring sides going for each other's jugular, with Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua not shying away from reprimanding Raila.
Kazi ya kufanya, tumepata rais ambaye ako na maono ya kufanya kazi. Na hatutaki usaidizi kwa huyo mzee. Si tumeweka ale Zahome kumsaidia? Na Profesa Dongo si yako hapo? Si mimi niko? Si Ndede Nyoro wako hapo? Usaidizi gani mwingine angetaka kutoka pande hiyo? Hawa wakae huko wafanye kazi ya oversight. Hiyo watu wakijaribu kukaribia State House, nimeweka mitego kila njia wanaweza pitia, hakuna pahali wanaweza pitia.
The DP will go ahead to poke fun on Odinga's arrival at the climate change conference in Nairobi last year.
Sisi ndio tumewaharibu. Juzi tumekuwa na kongamano pale. Mimi niko pale, rais ameniambia nikaribishe marais wote wa Kenya na niwapeleke kwake. Mimi niko pale. Nimekaribisha marais, napelekea rais. Nakaribisha, napeleka. Nakaribisha, nakipeleka. Sasa ile mzee sijui alipitia wapi. Sasa nikiwa nimekaa pale nauliza hii ni rais ya wapi, kufunguliwa ni ile mzee ya maandamano. Bas, mimi unajua ni muungwana, nikamkaribisha namwambia okay, karibu kwa mkutano. Sasa yeye ati anaenda kwenda pahali marais wanakaa, ati akae. Yeye ni rais ya nchi gani? Hakuna mtu amemchagua. So we are also encouraging bad habits.
President Ruto and Raila newfound relationship appearing to put Ruto's number 2 in an awkward position. Just how will Rigathi fit in the new political arithmetics? Chris Dairo, KTN News, Nairobi.
All right, so that happened. So that was Gachagua for you, akijichocha vile ameweka mitego kila mahali, na kumbe mtego ambao imewekwa, he's almost becoming the victim of it. Why? Here is the reason. Even as I invite Mr. G, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa anasema amekea Raila Odinga mtego ya kwamba hata karibia Ruto, na ni kama Ruto naye anamwambia 2027 hata wewe hautanikaribia. Listen to this even as we
work out a strategy to ensure that women stand an equal chance to sit at the highest decision-making table in the country. Speaking during the launch of the Women Governors Caucus G7 strategy in Nairobi, Ruto instructed UDA party chairperson Cecily Mbarire to ensure that the party has rules that would ensure that in future elections, a male presidential candidate fronted by the party has a woman as his running mate and vice versa. Safina Chengoma takes a look at this latest promise by the head of state and what it means for the political matrix in 2027.
It was during the launch of the Women Governors Caucus G7 strategy in Nairobi that President William Ruto sustained his commitment to ensure that the dream of achieving the elusive two-thirds gender rule in leadership is realized during his term in office.
It has been a back and forth for now over 10 years. I want to commit to the women of Kenya that this time round, we will make sure that the two-thirds gender rule is attained.
Amidst ululation from the women leaders, Ruto would make yet another promise, working out a strategy to ensure that women stand an equal chance to sit at the highest decision-making table in the country.
When Rigiji and myself tukifika hapo mbele na tumepangana, tumekubaliana vile itaenda, we must also agree that going forward, if a man is a candidate for president in our party, the woman must be the runner.
This promise, if fulfilled, could disrupt the 2027 political matrix, a supposed gentleman's agreement that will see Ruto's deputy Rigathi Gachagua become his successor when he exits power, a pact that is now in a state of limbo, all courtesy of President Ruto's latest remarks. The future elections start with the 2027 general election, which, if President Ruto decides to defend his seat and fulfills his promise to women to have a female running mate, it would mean that his current deputy may not be in the equation and not be the second in command in the next government and vice versa. But how soon is soon? Will the women of Kenya have to wait for President William Ruto, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, or any leader within Kenya Kwanza to finalize their political pact before the promise is delivered?
I know there is a lot of calculus and mathematics.
The promise also comes against the backdrop of several unfulfilled pledges to women by the current regime. Key among them is the commitment to ensure that 50% of his cabinet, among other appointive positions, would be reserved for women, which he made in June 2022, less than 2 months to the general election.
We shall allocate 50% of all cabinet positions to the women of Kenya.
But in forming his government, Ruto included only 7 out of 22 cabinet secretaries, 4 slots shy of what was promised during his campaigns to become the 5th president.
All right, we'll be going on ama tutaendelea na hiyo clip just about now. But equally, let's discuss mpaka mahali tumefika, because it was interesting to hear what Gachagua had to say some days back of how he will stop one Raila Odinga. But sasa where? With the news from the president, it now becomes quite interesting. What even happens to one Rigiji, okay? A man who has termed himself as the truthful man, a man who has always been shooting from the hip. What happens to him? Will this create a change in how they have been working together? Of course, some have even been saying he has been skiving some meetings from William Ruto or from State House. How true that is, we are yet to get the veracity of that. But the picture on the ground is interesting. Already kwa ground pia ana struggle to maintain his ability to be the Mount Kenya spokesperson, given that tuko naye akina Diende Nyoro coming up, the new tact hawampei nafasi, okay? Sasa ndo hiyo sasa ameletewa another card, the female card, and I'm telling you, if it is put in low, that one he cannot be able to defeat it. So what happens? Wow, I would want to hear from you. Zaidi ya yote tujuze hapo kwa comment section, maoni yako ni yapi? Wacha tuwe na time poa ya kudiscuss and try to debate and even ask ourselves what happens from here henceforth. Okay, is Gachagua a man under siege, as they normally say it, and his seat as the deputy president, what happens to it? Okay. Wow. Where do I begin? I see Alex is in and equally Mr. G amejaja. Mr. G, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Karibu sana kwa show.
Asante sana. Nimeona amekuwa na a very good show this afternoon. Although I had I think it was a misleading. Nilienda kwa Mtembei nikaona notification inaniambia saa 7:30. So nikija saa 7:30 tayari show imeisha. Yeah.
Usijali, we were just
but I'm doing good. I thank you guys for the great show.
All right. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Yeah, it was
Alex,
nice. Happy to be Mr. Alex.
Alex, good evening. How are you?
I'm very fine. I'm fantastic.
Okay.
I thank God for another day. I'm en route to my house. So I said, let me just listen to what we have to say.
All right, we have a great show lined up for us, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a show you don't want to miss. And equally, you can join us. Nimekutumia link hapo kwa comment section. Kupitia link inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi kwa studio. How do you go about it? Unaguza hiyo link. Iko kwa comment section. Unaiguza, itakuwa na different color from all the comments. You touch it. When you touch it, it opens another app. Okay? That app is known as StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard, unafanya vitu viwili very important. Kwanza unaasha kamera, iko hapo, unaiasha. Pili una activate mic, iko tu hapo, alafu unaandika jina. Kazi simple. Una click enter, unajikuta uko ndani ya show. Tunayo show moja fiti ambayo iko about to happen. All right, let's listen in to what these fine gentlemen and you as well, you have to say concerning the sentiments that have come on from one President William Ruto, and equally also the shocking revelation that has come from Raila Odinga. We'll be looking at all that and more in this show tonight. But zaidi yote, karibu sana, okay? Subscribe to Kenya News Link and be part of this great, awesome channel. Mr. G, what do you make of Ruto's sentiments today, that it's possible, if everything that he has said is anything to go by, it's possible that one Rigiji can be a one-term deputy president, given that if it is a mandatory that when you are the president, when you are on the ballot, your running mate, if you're a man, your running mate must be a woman. What do you make of it? Is it something that should worry Gachagua?
No, Gachagua is a man that has been under a siege for a very long time. Let's go back Mali ilianzia. Wakati they were choosing, wakati Ruto was choosing deputy president, I think it took almost 2 to 3 days when they were choosing. Na in fact, ilifika time wakaanza kukesha, hata hawakuweza kulala, trying to get somebody who can be a good person, our deputy president wa Ruto. And we are being told that they decided to vote, because it is not an easy task. They decided to vote. Walipo vote, I'm told that Gachagua alipata only 2. I think he got 2 votes. Is either 2 ama kama alipata mingi alipata 3 votes. And those other votes ambayo ilikuwa more than 20, around 20 ama 30 something zilienda kwa huyu ambaye sasa ni interior anaitwanga nani, Kindiki. So Kindiki won those Kindiki won the vote. Kuanzia pale utaona kuwa tayari kuwa this guy alikuwa haitajiki. But now this guy is a man ambaye alikuwa na pesa. Alikuwa na pesa mingi. Sasa ile pesa ambayo alicontribute kwa hiyo chama ndio ilimfanya ikawa sasa ni lazima achukue, kwa sababu alisema ni lazima baki pale ama mambo yaribike. Na kwa sababu hao watu wengine walikuwa hawana muscles naongea pesa was not under a siege from the beginning. Now kwende pale ashapishwa. Sasa ndo wameenda kula, wanakula sasa hiyo, I think it was lunch. Unakumbuka wanakuwa nakula the same day, next day Ruto anasema watu wengine wanafaa wapelekwe kusomeshwa wanaweza kushika kijiko. Na from there, even though wamekuwa kiact kama wanafanya kazi pamoja, but mimi nilikuwa naona ni kama this guy tayari anajaribu kutafuta njia vinateza kutoa Gachagua and bring in a new person. And that's why tumeona mtu kama nani anajitokezea, mtu kama this young guy from Central Kenya. There's a young guy called who is his name? Anazunguka siku hizi sana. Ndidi Nyoro. Ndidi Nyoro tunaona anaanza kujitokeza kwa sababu tayari washajua na hata pia Ruto mwenyewe ashawaambia, wanajua kuwa this guy hata kuja huyu ambaye ni Gachagua, he's not coming in the next election 2027, he will not take it. Now going back to what he said yesterday, today, what he said today about Wamama, this is just one tactic. Although we cannot trust Ruto is one person you cannot trust. Akiwa na campaign, he told us that atakuwa na 50-50 kwa his government, women and men. What happened? We got less than 10. We got less than 10 women. I think there were 7 ama how much? I think around 7, So you cannot trust Ruto. But what I know, Gachagua will not come back. But about women, it will not happen. Ataenda tuna maybe atana na Ndindi Nyoro ama aende with another guy. But the issue ya Gachagua asahau. That question asahau kabisa.
Lakini Mr. G, at what point ilikaa kana kwamba Gachagua is the man? In fact, one time Aluzo, why did you choose Gachagua? Alisema he's a mobilizer, he's an active person, he has a stand in the mountain, he's someone who is vibrant. So what do you think has changed? Why the sudden change of heart from one William Ruto?
There's nothing like change. Gachagua was just a puppet. Ujue kuna vitu ambazo Ruto alikuwa zifanya, haizi sema. So he was to use nini Gachagua kwa sababu Gachagua huwa haogopi. So anaambia Gachagua endo useme hivi, and Gachagua is somebody ambaye ni yes sir. Na Ruto anataka watu kama hao. These guys ambao they cannot defend themselves. Akiambia anything, he's a guy ambaye lazima aseme yes sir. So Gachagua is one of them. That's why uko hizo ambaye uje ukitaka kujua umbwa ya mtu mahali utasikia kuna msemo kuna tumika. How is that msemo? Ati umbwa ya mtu ukitaka kusikia ukitaka kujua mtu unasikia sijui nini? Something like dogs. Kuna msemo kama hiyo. Sasa ukisikiza utajua ukweli uko.
Mwenyewe.
Ndio Gachagua is a yes man. So Gachagua is one man ambaye is yes sir.
Okay. So according to you, Gachagua was just a means to the end. Sasa his usefulness imeisha. Now it's time we move on. We look for someone else.
Exactly. Kwanza with this scenario ambayo inaendelea sasa hii, this thing of handshake and the friendship between Raila and Ruto. Kumbuka Raila hataki kuona Gachagua kabisa. So these are just other additional things ambazo zinachangia Gachagua kutolewa kwa picture. These are the things ambazo zitatokea tu.
Okay. All right. Shikilia tu hapo, nakuja kwako tu saa hizi. Ninaye rafiki yangu mwingine anaitwa Omolo. Na sijui nilikuwa nimeona kwa kamera amejificha tena, na Alex pia. Lakini kama wangepata kujileta kwa kamera ningeshukuru zaidi. Omolo, karibu sana. Vipi kakaangu za masiku?
Nashukuru sana bwana Jack.
Sauti yako iko murwa leo na kuona uko fiti, uko gangari kabisa.
Niko sawa sana
kwanza kumbuka vizuri fika ya kwamba ulisema ulikampenia William Ruto, meaning wakati alichagua Rigiji ulifurahia. Sasa Rigiji anakuwa replaced. Maoni yako ni yapi? Tunafaa tumreplace ama kuna challenge mahali?
Unajua Ruto kwanza ni skill nzuri sana. Saizi alipita katika platform ya mahasla. Sasa hiyo hustlers hayuzi tena. Sasa nataka kuja sasa katika platform ya wanawake, ya women. And Kenyans should totally reject it. Because president is not about gender. If you are elected president, you are to represent everybody. Men, women, children, old people, disabled, everybody. So hakuna cha kusema kwamba lazima mwanamke akuwe deputy president if a man is the president. So yeye sasa anataka kutumia wanawake, anataka kutumia hiyo narrative ya wanawake ndio kukue kama slogan yake ya the next campaign. Na watu kama sisi mshajikakamua vilivyo. Saa hizi tumesema kuwa wapwani wametengwa kwa miaka 60, hawajawahi hata kupata position hata kukaribia deputy president. Na Waislamu pia wametengwa sana, hawajawahi hata kupata nafasi kubwa katika serikali. Kwa hivyo saa hizi tunasema ile narrative na ndio tunauza saa hizi, tunasema 2027 ni Muslim Christian ticket ama Muslim ticket. That is period. Sababu hii mambo ya Ruto kukujaga wakati mwingine aligawanya watu kwa misingi ya class, kwamba hustlers versus dynasty. Saa hizi anakuja sasa women versus, so they have to be represented. Now we are saying it is enough. Now let us also give our brothers in coast chance and our brothers Muslim. Kenya is not a Christian country. Kenya is not one religion. Kenya belongs to everybody. Tumeona leo Raila amemwendoze Joho kwa anaweza kuwa flag bearer, and we hope kwamba Joho atakuwa flag bearer na tutamsupport. Tunataka
Molo ongeza sauti. Molo ongeza sauti tafadhali.
Nafikiri nasikika, labda hapo ndio shida Alex.
Karibisha tu sauti yako karibu na
hausikiki vizuri.
Karibia tu kidogo. Nakusikia lakini kwa umbali. Karibia tu kidogo.
Okay.
Aya, sasa inua basi. Hapo uko sawa. Inua sasa sauti, twende kazi.
Kwa hivyo tunasema kule tunaenda sasa, tunasema kwamba coast bare minimum akuwe deputy president mtu kutoka coast na Muislamu. Tunasema saizi ni Muslim Christian ticket ama Muslim ticket. Wacha Kenya pia itawaliwe na religion nyingine. Kenya is not a Christian country, kwamba ati mtu Muislamu hawezi kuongoza ama mtu wa kutoka pwani hawezi ongoza. Tuache narrative ya kusema ati wanawake have enough representation. Na kama mwanamke anataka kucontest, hakuna mtu amemkataza. Constitution yetu ina allow any gender to vie for presidency. Mama Ngilo aliwahi kuvai. Any woman that feel akona agenda, she can go ahead and sell the agenda. Lakini si kuja kusema ati positions are reserved ati based on gender parity. This talk hata hii ya total gender, I think ni kitu ambao Wakenya wanafaa kuangalia vizuri. It is only in Kenya that we are coming with those kind of idea. Kenya hatujawahi kuwa na shida kubagua wanawake katika historia yetu, na hakuna mwanamke ambao amesimama katika kusimama. Kenya tumekuwa ni watu ambao tunasupport. Kwanza hata siku hizi hata wanawake wana nguvu kushinda wanaume. So the post ambao ziko ni elected post, not nominated post. So deputy president ni kitu pia ambao ni ya watu wanakuwa elected katika nomination ya party. So ile kitu tunasema ni kuwa wawache hiyo narrative ya kusema kuwa ati lazima mwanamke ndiye akuwe deputy president in the context. Unajua kwamba ndiye anajaribu kutoa Gachagua, anataka kumweka either Susan Kihika ama Waiguru, ama nafikiri ile alliance yake na Raila itafanya amlete Gladys Wanga. Lakini tunasema kwamba saa hizi Ruto ana idea ambao anakuja kudanganya watu kama ile asla, it must stop. Tunajua tumemwonea 18. Tunajua saa hizi anataka kwenda na dau ya wanawake. Lakini saa hizi tunasema kwamba lazima iende Mombasa. Yes, saa hizi Mombasa, kama kita iwezi enda Mombasa watawacha kupiga kura na ile MRC rudi, wacha nao wajitegemee. Huwezi kunyanyasa one region for 6 years. At least Kisumu, Nyanza region washaikuwa na vice president. Western washapata vice president. Eastern washapata vice president. Ni Coast peke yake ambao wanahangaika. Rift Valley washapata presidency, Central washapata presidency mara kadhaa. So ni Coast peke yake ndio inazidi kunyanyazwa kama ambao si wa Kenya. Sasa saa hizi tunasema liwe liwalo, lazima deputy president, kama hata si president atoke coast na tena awe ni Muislamu.
Okay, shikilia hapo molo kwa sababu you are raising very interesting points. I'll come to almost all of them one by one, because moja muongelea kuhusu swala la dini, nimesema maybe ni wakati to consider pia Muislamu. Pili umeraise swala la jinsia, maybe it's time we consider even a woman president, not just a DP. Umeraise pia now I'm telling you the things umeraise lazima tuziguzie, but equally I'll be coming back to you on that note. Now Alex, I don't know if you're ready for me, but I want to ask you this. What does it even mean thinking about replacing Gachagua? Is it something that has been cooking for a while? Because we saw the drift between Gachagua and Dende Nyoro. Some even opined probably it was sponsored by William Ruto to have Gachagua and DP, Gachagua and Dende Nyoro on crossroads. All right, so hii yenye sasa ameanza kuleta ya a lady or a woman being a DP, is it equally another narrative we are creating so that Gachagua akose hata kujipanga, eventually hata akimreplace Kenyans watakuwa shatayarishwa? What do you make of it, bwana Alex?
That's a very pertinent. I hope you can hear me. That's a very pertinent. We can hear you. That's a very pertinent question. But you can join the dots to form a straight line. Now, for me, I'll start it from here. I saw Raila in Wajir today. And this is the second time I can testify that policemen are wanapigia jamaa salute. And he's going to ODM delegates meeting, and the security and the way he entered na gari yake vile ilikuwa na hiyo bendera, I've never seen it. Alikuwa nayo, but lately I haven't seen it. It tells you there is a pact between Raila and Ruto that must work, and it's so subtle that if you don't sit down and understand what is going on and be critical enough and accept, denialism is the disease that we have. Everywhere we go, people say, oh, Raila hawezi fanya hivyo. In politics, it's a game of chase. From there, Ichungwa comes and say that there are people that I campaign, especially Gladys Wanga, over Kidero in Homa Bay. He said that. Then you ask the grand picture. Ruto is using Kikuyus to kill their own Kikuyus. Revolution eats their own children. Unanisikia? And if you see what is happening, it's a swift fight here and here. Margaret Wanjiru anachapwa hapa, na Gachagua anachapwa hapa. Now all these things are coming in a way that people now are coming to realization that honestly, there is a pact, it's going to work, and Ruto, there is no 2027 election. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Now, let me say this. If I was a Kikuyu, and if I was a politician, I would sit down and stop playing politics and ask ourselves, where are we headed to at this particular time? Because in the end of the day, Ruto from his own mouth said two things that must be the common denominator whenever we speak about Ruto. Kama kuna jamii iko na shida na Wakikuyu ni sisi. Lakini kuna wakati unaweka siasa kando, unaingia ndani, ukipata uongozi ndo unafanya chenye unataka kufanya. Now the question is he executing what really was his mind? Yes. From 2007 until now, there are Kikuyus who never returned to their land. That's given. Secondly, Ruto has held that office, and he knows how to use that office to frustrate the presidency. So Ruto is not new in that office. And Gachagua has seemed to become a rebel. The other day, Gachagua said, after a finance bill was what? Was a problem. We should never have voted for it. So when you connect all this, Ruto is already far ahead of us. slow but steady is revealing to us his intention. And those intentions at some point were revealed by Chariot that it doesn't matter who wins the election. For the first time, we have only 9 lots running for presidency. Now, the question comes, where will Gachagua go? Gachagua will be finished totally by Kikuyus, not by any other person. It is the case, the classic case of Josephat Karanja, if you remember that. The Josephat Karanja was finished the same way, and he ended up dying, a very frustrated man. I wish he would have remained to be the lecturer in Nairobi University. Now, where does Gachagua go? And if Gachagua is not careful, and let me prophesy here, kuna vita atapigwa za corruption. Kuna vita za corruption ataanza kupigwa nazo. If it's true that the deputy means what he's saying. And on the other side, we can say it's a hypothesis Ruto is using. We cannot believe him either because he has said so many things. But the issue of gender balance in Aisha Juma went to speak with Baba. It is also ingrained in these things. Unaona? That is why the gender thing is coming in. Now, but the larger thing, it's not the gender thing. The larger thing is to take Kikuyus out of leadership by fire and by force. Now, there is a rumor that Justin Muturi is going to be an ambassador in Britain. There is also another one that I said that Kindiki is going to become the Attorney General. And who is going to become the Minister for Interior? I saw that number, I've forgotten. So that realignment, you know, after 1 year of governance, most presidents in the world, at least 90% do what is called reshuffling. So Ruto is realigning himself to reshuffle his cabinet, but also ingrain some of the people from where? From the opposition, which is the minority. And that is what will surprise and eat Gachagua more than anything. Ile mikakata aliweka yote, kuna mtu ataenda State House, watu wanalala State House sasa. Na si watu wa UDA. So that's all I can say, that
all right.
Ruto understands the politics of Kenya than us. We are only becoming spectators now. Thank you.
All right, I'll be coming back to you, but there are things that Omolo equally said and equally you yourself. But let me begin with Mr. G. Mr. G, this narrative that now is bearing some tide. Yeah, a female running mate. Why didn't it apply in 2022? All the presidential hopefuls had a running mate who was a female candidate, including Raila Odinga. The only person who didn't have one was William Ruto. But how did he craft it? He said he will make sure that in his cabinet, he will have a 50-50 form of cabinet. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. Now he has come out to say one of the things he wants to do come 2027 is to make sure to have, if a man is a running mate who is a man who is the candidate, the running mate should be a female. What do you make of it? Should we even trust him? Because at times he says a lot, but the issue of trust is where we draw a big line, because he says a lot, but kumwamini hapo ndio kuna challenge. Can we believe him, or should we anticipate that come 2027 he will renege what he has said?
Okay, on the issue of believing, we cannot believe Ruto. You can't believe Ruto because this is a guy, he's so cunning. Okay, I think Eric should mute. Kuna makelele mingi sana. Yeah. The guy is so cunning and he's a big liar. Always anajaribu kuleta a narrative whereby he can take mileage. Alikuwa na create a narrative so that he can get mileage on that narrative ambayo amecreate. Like sahi anataka kutumia this of women because he knows that women are good leaders. Na ni ukweli kuwa women are good leaders. If you try them, maybe we can succeed. But now to trust this Ruto that anaweza work na a woman as deputy president, I don't think if we can work. Huyu ni mtu ambaye huwa anataka people who can mobilize, people who can bull others. Hao ndio watu ambao anataka kukaa nao. Alafu pia another thing ni kuwa even though pia women huwa wanapenda hiyo mambo ya yes sir, kwa sababu kila wakati huwa hawana hiyo mambo ya kusimama wenyewe. They mostly wakiwa with men wanapenda kuwa chini sana, wanakuanga na ile inferiority ambao kuwa sometimes sio mzuri sana, but ukweli ni kuwa women are good leaders that we need to trust, we need to try them, na I think tutapata results. But trusting Ruto on this issue, Ruto is a liar. Wakati alitudanganya kuwa his cabinet itakuwa na a half of women, hatukuona. Ambaye angekuwa ni mtu ambaye ni mkweli angekuwa amefanya kitu kama hiyo, hatukuona anything. Wacha hiyo. Sahi kuna watu ambao ma-appoint, watu wengi sana ambao walikuwa ki-appoint sana, kwanza kama kwa hizi chairman ya nini, sijui viti na nini. Sikuona wanawake akiwa wengi. Mmoja amechagua kwanza wale wazee wa kitambo, wale watu wa kitambo, na wanaume wengine ambao pia tuwajua wametokea wapi. Alafu another thing is that he is a tribalist man. Amechukua watu wote, karibu wote from his region. So in the issue of trust, just draw the line. We cannot trust Ruto on anything. Even though I can agree with Alex wakati amesema kuwa he's trying, and it is as if he's ahead of us on what he's playing. The politics ambayo ana play sahi, na ukiangalia utapata ukweli ni kuwa he's playing politics ambao he's really ahead of us. This guy told us that atapeleka Ruto, atapeleka baba nyumbani ambaye ni Bondo, even though he did not succeed kumpeleka nyumbani, na he told us that atamtoa kwa siasa ya Kenya. But I'm seeing that the way he's playing, anajaribu ku create that narrative again. Unaona hii issue ya AU anajaribu ku craft so that baba akipata alafu atoke nje, I think atakuwa na that say sasa kusema kwa niliwaambia kwa huyu mtu mpaka nitamtoa na nishamtoa kwa politics za Kenya. Na ni kweli baba akienda AU atakuwa ameshatoka kwa politics za Kenya. So is a guy ambaye anapenda, is an opportunist pia in another way, but another time he's just a cunning man who is a liar. You cannot trust him in anything.
An opportunist who is a liar. We cannot trust him in anything. Now, Omolo Molo, I want to come to you, and I want to ask you this question, Omolo Molo. You raise several things. One of the things that you have raised is that probably we need a woman to be either running mate or a president. Is Kenya ready for such?
Kenya is not ready for a woman presidency, because you can even check on the number of governors. Out of 47, we only have 6 or 7 governors. One is even running on independent. And even when that is why you are thinking of selecting some position, automatically. If Kenya was ready for woman presidency, hatungekuwa tunaongea mambo ya two-term agenda, ingekuwa tu automatic. Women are being elected automatic.
Molo, we can't hear you at all. Please, we cannot. We are struggling to hear you.
Karibia simu. Now it's even worse. You are slightly better. Karibia
usikiki kabisa sasa.
Karibia simu.
Niko better sasa.
All right. Sasa uko slightly better, but go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that we are not ready for woman president. And that is why we're still talking of how to comply with the two-term women gender. Because if we were ready for women leadership, we could not be talking of reserving some positions for women. It should be automatic. They will just be elected. Okay. So since we are still talking of reserving some positions, that means Kenya is still not ready for women president. Now, another thing that I wanted to touch on is the issue of Gachagua. Number two, Ruto has 2 cards that he's playing. One, ni create your narrative ya wanawake, and then secondly, because he wants to, because anajua this will be his last term, and he wants to make a legacy. So he will not need a powerful deputy president. He need the one that he can be able to override. Because as it seems now, Gachagua is too hot for him.
Okay.
Because Gachagua is all over the place. And always in everything, always acting on everything. So he's keeping him on so much on toes that you see that if he continue in the second term, Nigasaki itakuwa ni kama Uhuru Kenyatta. He might end up losing, So he's trying to avoid that. So he will need a soft deputy president so that he will be under control of everything, and even he will be, in a better position to handpick the possible successor that will succeed in 2032.
Okay.
That is where we plan. But now you know that if Gachagua is given another chance, Gachagua will be maybe also competing to buy in 2032. And maybe he is not his choice. Because I believe that Ruto, by now, he had his choice of that he wants to be successor. And the friendship between Ruto and Gachagua is purely politics. They don't have anything in common. We were just united by one factor called Raila. So, and after this politics, everybody will go about his business.
All right. Now, Mr. G and Mr. Omolo and Alex, as much as Omolo is saying something that I really wish we even dive deeper into, Omolo is saying this, that William Ruto is probably even thinking beyond 2027 to the level of even his successor. And of course, in Kenya, succession politics at times inakuanga tricky kidogo. But why is the need to replace Gachagua? Is Gachagua a threat? Maybe we can begin from there. Let me begin with you, Omolo. Quick one. Is Gachagua a threat? Why do we need to replace him? Or probably is he an underperformer? Or what is it in Gachagua that William Ruto probably is thinking of replacing because maybe it hasn't been working for him?
Gachagua is a threat in a way that Ruto is trying to control the politics of Mount Kenya. And at the same time, Gachagua is fighting to control the politics of Mount Kenya. And Ruto is scared that if Mount Kenya is driven into one basket by different persons than him, it will be difficult for him to control either in the coming election or even in his succession politics. So is a threat to him, and sometimes Gachagua, is also he have a well calculated moves, and that is why you see Ruto has been trying, to pick some people that they think that might be helpful, and Gachagua is trying to suppress those people. Even when you see this fight of the Bishop Wanjiru, utajua tu hiyo ni kazi ya Gachagua, because Gachagua does not need anybody ambao Ruto can use. He wants him to be in full control of Mount Kenya. And that is why whenever he go, he usually reminds that Mount Kenya should be united, Mount Kenya should go into this line. That is Gachagua. And that narrative is making Ruto uncomfortable.
All right, interesting. That narrative of unity could be one of the challenges that Gachagua will be facing. Now, Mr. G, do you think one, Gachagua is a threat? And if it's a threat, is it the reason that informs the need to replace him?
Okay, somehow I can say that he's a threat, but not that really. But on the issue of being a threat, when Omula amesema, this is a guy that comes from Central Kenya. And Central Kenya, most of the time, they vote as a block, and they have numbers here. Central Kenya huwa kuna number. In fact, if you want to know where siasa Kenya inaenda, first of all utangalia when Central Kenya wana vote. So Central Kenya, as much as wana ile kama sahi kuna division kidogo, but those guys huwa wana umoja and they always vote as a team, as a block. And now where the threat comes in ni kuwa wakati Gachagua atamanage kushika our Central Kenya wote wawe under him, that is where anaona sasa kuna shida. But remember kwa sahi at this moment jamaa ame lose that grip. Yeah, Ruto is not that darling when alikuwa kitambo kwa Central Kenya. Sahi watu wengi wametoka kwake. Watu wataka kusikia mambo yake, wataka kusikia story yake kwa sababu amewa let down sana. So the guy knows that in Central Kenya hatapata votes ambazo amepata. That's why he's going out. Unaona anajaribu kwenda huko Nyanza na kenda pia Western, because he's trying now to look for another base whereby anaweza kuwadanganya kama wataweza kumkubali then apate votes. Na anaweza manage kupata kwa Nyanza because of this narrative ambayo nimekuambia anatengeneza, the narrative of AU hii ambayo anajaribu kucraft kwa yenda anasaidia baba. This is a narrative ambayo anataka kuitumia so that akienda Nyanza atawaambia ni mimi nilisaidia mtoto wenyu mpaka akawa president wa presidency. Na hapo kuna some of these people from Central Kenya watamkubali, you see. But tukienda kwa Central Kenya bado they lack somebody ambaye atawadirect. Some people bado wanatrust kwa Ruto, kuwa Uhuru atakuja awasaidie, atakuja wapatie mwelekeo. Others believe in Gachagua. Others bado wako kivyao, wengine wako kando kando, na kama mambo ya kina Kamwene inatokea, siji Kamwene group and what. So in Central Kenya bado kuna division, but they threaten kuwa wakati watashikana wote waongee lugha moja. Hiyo time wakiongea lugha moja then haitakuwa rahisi sana vile Ruto alikuwa anafikiria. So that narrative ya kuwa kuna threat, hiyo pia it is possible. Anaweza kuwa namuona kama threat, but another thing naweza sema Gachagua is also incompetent. Gachagua is not that leader that can deliver what you want in the issue, in the matters of success. Wacha hii mambo ya loose mouth, is a loose mouth. This is a person ambaye kumwambia tusi mtu atatusi. So he's good in mambo ya loose mouth, hii mambo ya kutukana watu na kufanya vitu ambazo haziko. The comedy part hapo ako best, but tukikamu kwa performing and competency, he's an incompetent person. Yeah, hakuna competent in him. So he's a guy ambaye you cannot trust, na he cannot deliver anything. That is the issue of strategy and
I see people commenting. So from where you sit, he is more of anaribu zaidi ya kuunda, from where you sit.
Exactly. Gachagua is a guy, remember he was a one-term MP. So Gachagua hakuwa ameiva kufikua deputy president wa Kenya. Yeah, I think he needed time at least aive, ajue siasa vile inapigwa. He's working with emotions sahi. What Gachagua is doing, ana work with emotion. That's why ana mess every time, he's just messing. Akiongea kipanua mdomo, akiongea he's just messing kwa sababu he's going with emotion. Ilikuwa ni akae chini achongwe mpaka aive, awe ni mtu ambaye anaweza awe na stamina ya kustand mawimbi yakipiga. But this is a guy ambaye sasa angalia kama sahi he's the deputy president, baada hata ilionekana kama amekosana, ameanza kuongea kuwa ilikuwa makosa kuvote in hiyo bill, finance bill. Nakumbuka finance bill ilileta mashida mingi sana mpaka watu wetu wakauliwa. Ilileta mambo mengi sana mpaka watu wetu wakaumia. Hiyo kitu akisema lazima itapita, kivyovyote lazima itapita. Sasa hii anaanza kuongea those statements. So is a guy ambaye alikuwa anafaa akae chini. Yes, he's just incompetent person, yeah. That's the best word I can describe him.
All right. Okay, I'll be coming back to you. Alex, what do you make of Gachagua? Is he, as Mohammed is saying, is he detrimental and paralyzing than being a threat to anyone? Is Gachagua more of a risk than a benefit to William Ruto?
What I can say is this. That's a catch-22 question. It can either be both sides, depending on how you look at it honestly. First and foremost, Ruto has held that office for 10 years. So if there is a person that knows how that office is powerful, is one man, William Samoei Ruto. Hello. And the problem with that office is this. We had a debate about that office that we never finished. And the debate was, in case a sitting president cannot work with a sitting deputy, what should we do? So we failed to solve that problem in the previous regime, and it has come to haunt Ruto. And the reason it's haunting Ruto is this: when they came to power, they allocated a lot of money, added money to the officers of ABCD, and right now they have gotten to a point that they've made even that office even more powerful. The last time I checked on that office, people had not been paid in the office of the deputy president due to two or three things. Mainly, money was being siphoned out of it. So remember, Gachagua sits in the implementation of all the projects in the country. He sits as the head of that office. So you have to look at the angle that there is an office whereby any projects and money that goes to the county, Gachagua sits on. So, that's the office. So, if you look from that angle, Gachagua is a very powerful man. That Ruto knows how to use that office, and that is why you saw so much corruption of last time was through some ministries that were very powerful, to a point that Ruto used the art office to do an arms deal using a chaser, and we don't know what happened to it. We don't know where the guns went to. We don't know, how much money was given, but people masqueraded. People masqueraded as I'm passing through the road. People masqueraded as police officers, military and intelligence, and they were able to maneuver and do a deal without Matiang'i knowing and without the president's knowledge. And that thing was done at night. And then they started to eliminate people slow but steady. Now, okay, that is one part of it you can look at. Part number two is Gachagua does not have the support of his people. Majority of the Kikuyus now are complaining that they were given to Geges. And therefore, he can miasma around Muranga, around Nyeri, not Kiambu, neither Kirinyaga. So then he becomes very weak. So what helped Ruto last time is he solidified his base totally. He held it like balls. And you know what? We couldn't do nothing. So where does Gachagua, who fights for him now? If Ndindi Nyoro is fighting him, Ichungwa is the one who is saying that, Ichungwa is saying that the next deputy might be even Gladys Wanga. What he was insinuating is that maybe the next running mate for Ruto might be what? Gladys Wanga. There's a question you asked earlier. Are we, as Kenya, are we ready to have a woman president? For me, I say yes, and it's overdue. If Martha Karua was to become a president, I will support her and I will have faith in her. So if Ruto has to choose a deputy, my problem is that who is a woman, Ruto is not going to choose somebody who is able and have the capacity to run a country in case of incapacitation, maybe he's dead or something of the sort. Ruto is going to choose another minion. Okay? Ruto might even choose Aisha Jumu. Okay? He might do that. And what will you do? Nothing. So that is the case that Ruto does not like. Ruto ako na ugonjwa ya watu wako smart ama watu wako nini? Wamesoma. So Gachagua can be a threat if he knows how to use his office well. But the way the guy, Mohammed amesema, the guy is a mediocre. He is fighting his own people. And he's saying words that every Kenyans are putting memes. Yani tumemwona kama mtu mjinga. A silly psychopath, not a bright psychopath. So those are my sentiments on that.
Nitaji, I want to ask you a question that can be tricky, but it's equally an hypothesis. Is it too early to begin such a debate? And you being, for example, in Gachagua's shoes, your boss wants to replace you. Is it possible? Because someone texted me this called WhatsApp in our WhatsApp page, and he asked, can Gachagua have a plan B? And one of the plan B is eliminate the head, be the head. That way you won't be replaced. Is it possible? I think you have seen that text. Is it possible to have a situation where we can have a Magufuli situation in Kenya if Gachagua feels threatened?
It's not really possible. But before I say it's not really possible, you know, politics is a game. It's an evil game. Kwa sababu, you remember last time I talked about the guy ambaye aliua his uncle. Uncle alimukuza, but he ended up killing him so that he can take over his area, his kingdom, na akajifanya kuwa king. Let me leave that one apart. 7 days ago, 6 days or 7 days ago, in Chad, we have a president, and we also had an opposition leader, and it came to acknowledge Kumba, the opposition leader and the president, they are cousins. So the president ameua his cousin, and then the opposition leader was Chad. So you know, these things, politics is a dirty game. It is possible, anything can happen. Although looking at this guy, the way he always conduct himself venye huwa anafanya kazi yake, I'm not sure if he can do that. What I know is that atachezewa tu akili alafu atatupwa, because he's a guy ambaye huwa hafikiri wakati anafanya any decision ambayo anafanya. He's a guy ambaye huwa anaropoka tu, a losing mouth, ambaye anapenda tu kutusi watu, kuongea tu anything ambayo inakuja kwa mdomo wake, but he cannot sit down and strategize how he can take power. So I'm looking at it as if itakuwa difficult, like in the Magufuli way. It is not possible to him, but to other people it is possible.
Now, this is how William Ruto said it. He said he'll sit and have a conversation with the DP, and they discuss about having a woman running mate. That in its point would mean that DP will be requested, if he can step down come 2027, for a woman running mate, hence rendering him unemployed. Alex, is that even possible? Can you decide to step down so that someone else replaces you simply because you are not a woman? Can that even is it a debate Gachagua would be willing to have?
You know, Ruto is insidious. Okay, I've always opined here that Ruto is mendacious, in a manner that word means you are beyond a liar. Yani, it's in your blood, it's in your veins, it's in your arteries. It comes naturally, like breathing in and out. You get it? So whatever he's saying is bringing a debate. I don't know if he wants to appease women. I don't know if it is coercing the women. You see, I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe he's saying this statement at the time that also they want to take Margaret Wanjiru's shamba, so that it looks like he's pro-women, because this woman also started fighting that we don't have enough women in seats and governance. So you never truly know. So we are discussing an hypothesis that maybe is not even true, and is leaving us here questioning on how that can be done. It's not possible to talk to Gachagua Mwambie now next time. I mean, power is sweet, my friend. Power is sweet. Jake's power is sweet. Even just being a moderator is sweet. How about being the DP? Then where do you take him? You can't give him a ministry. Where do you take him? That's the question.
Yeah, he can't. You know, any other level is a demeaning level. He can't be a CS. He can't be a.
He's not a lawyer. He can't be a attorney general. I mean, you know, you ask this statement. You see that statement, Jax, is just so insidious. It's not a possibility. It's an impossibility, unless he wants to fight openly, okay, and say Gachagua must go. And you can see from the history that he never chose Gachagua as his running mate. Gachagua forced his way in. And the reason Gachagua had spent a lot of money. If there's anybody who hated Uhuru more than Raila, it was Gachagua. kila mtu alikuwa anasema maliza tamu yako, toka. Unaona? Little did he know, he has been an administrator for a long time. Little did he know that there is a difference between politics and governance or administration. Politics is a dirty game. Jex, it's a dirty game. And power is sweet. I will testify to you. My father held high-level positions in that country for some times. I could see vile anapigiwa salute. I could see ani mbuzi zinaletwa kwetu. I could see what was going around. And when you retire, it's Vitanga and Demo who said that calls used to come during the Konza City planning. Calls used to come all the time. When he left that seat, remember the article that he and the interview he had, he said this categorically, that calls were not coming anymore. He was even looking at his phone, thinking his phone is dead. And for those who have been in power, I'm telling you, they don't leave it like that. It's either blood or death. So it's not a possibility at all.
Mr. G, put yourself in that office. William Ruto, Gachagua. Gachagua is being told, step down so that we place a lady in your position. Is it something Gachagua will chew easily? I'm not saying that to demean anyone. I'm just because it would mean he loses his job. Hatakuwa na job, that would mean he retires because he can't, unless have a speaker wa bunge, which equally can't come easily because we still have Akina Moses Wetangula there. So what position can he be given that will be second in command equivalent?
No, just to answer that question, Mr. Jakes, let's go back to the beginning. If at all he was voted in by two people, wakati wakana chagua deputy president, he was voted in by two people. Na nani Kindiki alipata more votes, almost 95% he got. Na akaamua kuchukua hiyo kiti, akabaki kama deputy president. Do you think that he can be told achie mwanamke alafu akubali? That is something that cannot happen with Gachagua. Gachagua ni ule mtu ambaye atatemwa. You know, there's something about jamaa aliongea pale, I think ni Muhammad ama amesema mtu anatupwa kama a hot potato. Hivyo ndo Gachagua atafanywa. But not just easily ati wanaketi chini and then you discuss. You cannot discuss anything with Gachagua. Hata anaanza kupiga kofi. Hiyo kofi ambayo Ruto anasema atapiga Uhuru. Gachagua he can. Because this is a guy ambaye huwa afikiri. So it will not be easy. Hata kwanza anajua hawataongea. Kwa sababu when nimeanza kuona sahi, if at all kuongea tu bado things hazijaanza kuhappen. Bado hatujaona really close friendship between Uhuru and between Ruto na Baba. Hatujaona kwanza ikuwa bado real. Bado ndo inaanza polepole, lakini ona vile anaanza kubehave sahi. He showing signs kuwa hii mambo si rahisi. So after all najua ataambia Uhuru, ataambia Ruto mambo gani inaendelea, mbona sikuelewi. Hizi ni vitu ambazo zinaanza kutokezea sasa. Because it's not an easy game. Yeah.
At no point did one Uhuru Kenyatta ever say he's willing to replace the deputy president. In any case, alikuwa anamwambia kama umechoka na job achia wengine, all right? But he never came to the level of almost telling him tutakaa chini na wewe tuwe na debate ya we need to talk about if we can have a woman running mate. Is this the beginning of the end for the relationship between William Ruto and Gachagua? Because mtu anakuambia uache job yako ile apea another person. Do you think this is what creates the beginning of the end? Mr. G.
No, always hakukuwa na decorum between Ruto na Gachagua. It was just something that happened by force, and it was a forcing thing. Ambao Gachagua aliforce into that seat kukuwa deputy president. He forced himself inside that seat. Si atalipewa because he qualified ama anything, no. It was because he used his power ambao alikuwa anataka kuchukua. So what I know is that kutakuwa na that crack. Obvious hawataelewana because remember kama ni mambo ya budget, it is Ruto ambaye alikuwa na push akisema hii kitu tusipopitisha inamharibia msaada zake, inamharibia program zake, inamharibia hizo project zake. Alafu sasa sahi deputy president ambaye his deputy president anaanza kuongea against kwa sababu ya things that are happening. Kumaanisha these people they are not in one. Juzi nimeona kuna mkutano alikuwa nayo State House. Gachagua was not where, was nowhere to be seen. Why? Alikuwa ameenda wapi? And yet wamekuwa pamoja kila wakati. These people wameanza kuachana, and by 2022 hawatakuwa pamoja. That play ambayo ilifanyika between Ruto and Uhuru itajirudia kwa watu wawili.
Then that would mean something interesting. One of the things that William Ruto said when he was campaigning, he will never allow anyone, he will never allow anyone to mistreat his deputy as he was mistreated. If that was to happen, that now kuko na hiyo debate ya kuwa na running mate that is a lady, will we see an instance where people will now start disrespecting the deputy president because they know in 2027 he's not the person to still be the deputy president, someone else will take his seat. Hapa ndipo watu wataanza kumwonyesha madhambi Gachagua kwa sababu think about it, when the handshake ilikuwa moto sana, some people like Matiang'i never regarded William Ruto in any way. Is it the beginning where we'll now see people who have high offices as well waanze kushow one Gachagua the middle finger, the proverbial middle finger?
Exactly, it will happen. But you know, as I told you, Mr. Jakes, on the issue of Ruto, you cannot trust Ruto. Ruto ni mtu ambaye aliambia watu watakuwa na simu, watakuwa napiga free bundles, watakuwa sijui watumii airtime, watakuwa sijui watumii nini, ambayo ilikuwa ni uongo. This is the guy ambaye aliongea mambo mengi. So you cannot trust Ruto. Ruto huyo mtoe kabisa kwa equation. But on the issue of Gachagua, always at a frustrated Gachagua, you know, what you plant, always utaivuna. So what he planted when he was in the government of Uhuru, that is what ataenda kuivuna yeye hapa. Wacha Alex atoe maoni yake.
Alex, is it the beginning of the very end between Gachagua and William Ruto? And is this where William Ruto will be tested on this statement, where he said, I'll never allow my deputy president, if I become president, apitie mateso yenye nilipitia? Is this now where it all begins?
You know, Jakes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ruto is a sadist. One sad thing that you need to know. And by definition, a sadist is a person who really does not care what they said and what they do. It's Franklin Victor, who wrote the book, The Meaning of Life, who said, between the stimulus and the response, there is a space. Okay? And sometimes you can't measure that space. Why? Because it's so, if I want to speak, I mean, already the stimuli told me I should speak, and the response, I start speaking. So it is so narrow that you can't know. So Ruto, between his stimuli and his response, is faster than anybody. So the guy, I don't know if he remembers some things that he says. However, Ruto is bound to do anything. And he understands the politics very well. And Ruto is a person, by now, he's already grooming his son into politics. It's not like Raila, or whose kids, you know, they found favor because they got to, in a way that they got to know politics because their grandfather, their uncle, and everybody. So the posterity of Ruto is very crafted, and who will succeed him, but it is not Gachagua. So in a way, you're right. It is the beginning and the end of everything. How it will be executed, it is what Wetangula said. The divorce is going to be nasty and what? You can remind me. He said the divorce was going to be nasty.
It will be nasty and it will be noisy.
And we are going to see that. So that noise has started. Now we are waiting the nastiness, okay? The noise has started. The nastiness hasn't. When Gachagua will respond, you will hear how he will respond. And I know he's going to be attacked. He's going to be attacked by his people fearlessly.
Mhm. Now, Gachagua already is walking on eggshells. One of the things he has come out or has come out to bite him in his behind is the financial bill that now seeks to attack the farmer, the mtu huko chini. And today I'm asking very interesting questions. He won't have the backing of his people. What do you make of it being that William Ruto has created so many loopholes from the finance bill that the mountain will not support really their one son Gachagua kwa sababu already they are suffering, na in fact alimpa docket ya kusimamia majani na kahawa, alimpea hiyo ukulima he gave him that docket so in a so crafty way, and then create a financial bill that by the end of the day iko na loopholes zenye zinamfanya wabishane, including with his MPs from his backyard. Is that not a way again that William Ruto has managed to make sure that Gachagua won't have support from Mount Kenya, won't have leaders backing him up? Because one of the things that William Ruto never lacked, alipotengwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, he had the ability to create another wing of Tanga MPs. All right, Gachagua is yet to do that. So what am I asking you? Has William Ruto managed to weaken Gachagua that he cannot pull a William Ruto strategy that he did in the handshake moment, that ataachwa akiwa so isolated that replacing him won't be as difficult?
And you're right on that. And I said it earlier that Gachagua, shida yake ni moja. He hasn't held his base. Gachagua does not have a base. And that is critical in politics. What do you bring on the table before we can serve you? So that is the one weakness he has. The second weakness is mouth. He's having verbal diarrhea that, in fact, even if you were to making the kingpin, honestly, you see now people are calling to gagas, ABCD, such kind of things. And it doesn't resonate very well to the mountain, because for the first time, you can't be replacing real leadership like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and people like Michuki who are there. People like, there are many people like Kabogo was a good governor, though sometimes lately I think he looks like a minion too. But when he was in governance in Kiambu, he really tried. And then you start bringing people like Waititu. So Ruto has weakened not only Gachagua, he has weakened the whole mountain. He has been able to do what any other president was not able to do, and that's weakening the Kikuyu and the mountain, and the Kikuyu community and the larger Mount Kenya community. So Gachagua has no place to run to. Because, and that's, I agree with Mohamed that at some point, it can be easy to get that person out. In fact, there are people who will be very happy if he goes. And Ruto knows that. He has taken the statistics and he's willing to do that for him to be there until 2032. Yeah.
Now, Mr. G, is it possible that William Ruto, his style of politics is something that needs to be studied? Because look at this. We don't have MPs, many as he did, who are Tanga. Gachagua cannot enjoy such a privilege. So he cannot oppose William Ruto. You remember, if there was a wing that really gave one Uhuru Kenyatta a headache, was the Tanga wing. Any bill that was from the handshake side, Tanga was the opposing side, and it really gave him a headache. As much as at times it never won most of the bills, but it was always a headache. And somehow, William Ruto, the narrative that he was able to coin, that he's isolated, he's a victim, and equally his backyard still supported him. But Gachagua doesn't have that. His backyard as well might not support him as he thinks. Has William Ruto finally succeeded to make sure that Gachagua cannot be the second deputy president to inherit a sitting president once an election is done?
Okay, Jakes, there's a narrative about who some people have on Ruto.
Mhm.
They always think and they
Mhm.
always say that Ruto is very clever. They use a word, there's a word they always use, kuwa he's
Shrewd
ni mtu ambaye
politician.
ako sharp. Yeah, he's somebody ambaye
Shrewd
ako sharp.
Mhm.
I think we can use that shoot, but kuna ile that the word ambao huwa anaongea ako sharp sijui ako nini, but to me I have not seen him as a sharp person. This is a person who is so cunning, ambaye huwa anapenda kutumia propaganda to hoodwink people so that people can trust him. Now to come to your question, anapenda kuchezea watu kama Gachagua. Gachagua angekuwa ni mtu ambaye ako wise and is somebody who knows politics and he want to come out of this trap, because this is a trap ambayo amekuwa wameset alafu amejipata ndani. Gachagua angekuwa ako sharp in politics, angejitoa kwa hii mtego. Kivipi? There's something that Machiavelli said in his book Prince. Alisema kuwa it is better you go for common mwananchi kuliko kusimama na nobles, even though nobles huwa wako sharp and huwa wako powerful, sawa, but if you go with the common mwananchi who there are so many, you will succeed. Gachagua akijitoa kwa hii hali ambayo yuko sahihi, hii ujinga ambayo imemzunguka sahihi, alafu aende kwa common mwananchi ambao ni watu wa Central Kenya, and then he sit with them, aanze kuwaelewa, aanze kusikia zile shida ambao anapitia, and then he comes to this government, anaanza kujitengeneza, anajitoa. Unajua somebody like Ruto, vile nani amekwambia, vile Alex amekwambia, is somebody ambaye huwa hajali hata kama unaumia, yeye hataki kujua kama unaumia, yeye atakukanyaga tu akipita akienda. But Gachagua can redeem himself if ataenda akae chini na watu wake, asikie shida zake, alafu aanze kusimama na hao watu, akianza kuambia Ruto, hapana, hii mambo hatuendi vizuri. You know what the game ambayo alituchezea, ambao Ruto alituchezea, ndo akaanza kutoka Mount Kenya, alikuwa akidanganya the propaganda, akidanganya kuhusiana na nini, na mambo ya uhuru, watu wakambilivu mpaka wakataka kubilivu uhuru. So I'm not saying that atumie propaganda, no. Sahi no one anataka kujihusisha na hii government kwa sababu imefail. Washajua tayari the government ni watu waongo, ni watu ambao hawajali mwananchi wa chini. Gachagua ajitoe kwa this group ambao yuko sahi ya kusema anawasifu sana, aache hiyo. Sahi ashaiko kwa trap, so he should go back to mwananchi wa chini, awasikize, aanze kupush agenda mwananchi wa chini, then wale watu wamkubali, atajitoa kwa hiyo trap. But if atole tabaki mjinga vinako sahi, hata kwa 2027 atakuwa mahali, atakuwa mtu ambaye atakuwa nasikika tu kama history.
Now, we have seen former vice presidents, apart from Mudi Awori, who have come out strong even after they retire, and Kalonzo being one, and Musalia equally being one, and their bid for presidency has always generated some debate. If Gachagua maybe will feel aggrieved, ametosha kusimama kuwa president. Let me begin with who? Alex. Can Gachagua decide to walk alone and say, you know what, just like Liverpool, you can never walk alone. I think nimetosha mboga kuwa rais. Kama William Ruto anataka a lady, I can as well be a president. In any case, he can decide to bank on the Mount Kenya dhuraku thing, and maybe hata ajitume, ajitume design ya Musalia, who was once a vice president, design ya Kalonzo, who was once a vice president, design ya Kibaki, who was once a vice president. Gachagua anaweza amua hata ajitoste to test the waters now that hatakuwa kwa job. Can he be the third force, the proverbial third force?
Jax, it is impossible for him to be. There are several reasons I will say that, but the ones I remember, I will say it. Gachagua opposing Ruto will be like you're playing with fire. We know, and allegations, let me use the word allegations. for the sake of the show, that Ruto has known how to eliminate his friends very well, swiftly. And there is no iota of evidence that can link Ruto to that. And the people that he has eliminated were ahead of blocking him to become what he wanted. So when Sesame Machiavelli, Nicole Machiavelli, who said, when you go and make a revolution or a coup, let's say it's the three of us, and I become the president, I should take what? I should take the opposition leader as my friend. I should take the president to be my friend, but then I must kill the two of you because you're going to be my problem. Every time you tell me that, look, we got this thing together. And you cannot govern when people start saying, hii kitu tulikuwa sisi wawili. It is impossible to govern when your deputy wants to be your equal. Okay? The lion cannot protect himself from traps, and the fox cannot defend himself from wolves. Okay? One must be there, a fox to recognize traps, and a lion to frighten the wolves. So Gachagua has not that capability. Now, let me come to your second question. Does Gachagua have the capacity to become a president? That is a capital N-O. And let me repeat it well. What part of no don't you understand? Is it the N or the O? It is a no. He cannot lead a nation. First and foremost, we have heard Suluhu say, your deputy is the biggest problem to Kenya. Imagine that is another president from outside saying your deputy is the biggest problem in your government. So the guy does not even have international recognition. He doesn't have international support. I don't think he even have military support. I don't think he has even parliamentarians who can swiftly stay with him and fight a cause. So that thing is null and void. Gachagua only thinks about himself. There are allegations still clamoring around him. For the head of Uhuru, they were able to vote this man in. If you remove the equation of Uhuru, outside that, Gachagua has nothing to say. You know, they say it is better never attempt to win by force if a war can be won by deception. Ruto did that classically. Okay? The man does not even know how to lie. What comes up from his mind is always hatred, not facts, not lying. So over time, people will understand that today you hate this person, tomorrow you will hate me. He does not have this glamour that this is interests. Political interest must be segregated from personal interest. So Gachagua has no quality of leadership per se, and how he got to the place he is a miracle that in history of Kenya we'll have to resolve.
Resolving we shall, but let me ask you, Mr. G. At one point, we are looking at a deputy president who will equally have a vendetta. Manze, wezi nifanya hivyo, siwezi toa pesa yangu ni kukampeinie, siwezi jituma vile nimejituma, siwezi choma jina vile nimechoma jina, alafu tu all of a sudden unani replace simply because umeleta hizi stories za 2/3 gender rule. What do you think can be a game plan for Gachagua? What can be his comeback? Anaweza amua, because people call him a truthful man. Anaweza amua kuchoma kila kitu, amue kama mbaya, afanye design ya Saitoti, atoke KANU, alright, atoke UDA, atoke na some guys hata kama si wengi, but wao wame create a force, alright, that whatever will remain of William Ruto is something he cannot salvage to create a win for himself come 2027. What do you think can be the game plan for one Gachagua in the event all this was to happen?
That's why I told you. That's why I told you, if angekuwa mtu ambaye ana akili and he's sharp, he can redeem himself. But now, is he capable to redeem himself? You know, question ambao hawezi. We have tough people ambao when Alex alikuwa anaongea amenikumbusha tough people who used to have, lakini walipotea tu hivyo. People like Michuki, people like yule Kaiseri. We had tough people, but angalau walipotea. So when Alex was talking, nikakumbuka kuwa Gachagua, even though nakaa, unajua Gachagua kuwa anapelekwa. What I'm trying to say ni kuwa Gachagua is one guy that he cannot redeem himself because of how he is. And the way yuko yeye ni mtu ambaye he cannot think of how he can redeem himself. Hayuko na ile sharpness ambayo inaweza msaidia kujiredeem. So lakini kukuja kwa your question, if at all angekuwa anaweza and then he takes some people from Ruto, anaweza maliza Ruto. Angekuwa he's able to do that what we are thinking he can. Angeza, lakini now he's not able to do that thing. So it's easy for him to be crushed. And there's something about Mekumbuka, it's just Machiavelli who say that when you want to win on your opponent, you have to crush him. Unamcrush mwache kwa point ambao haizi hata inua kichwa. And that is what I believe Ruto can do, because Ruto is a good teacher and is a good student wa Machiavelli. The way wana act na vile wanafanya. Most people wanaona anatumia those principles za Machiavelli, and those are the things about Machiavelli.
This is what Machiavelli says, that if an injury has to be done to a man, let it be severe, that his vengeance need not to be feared. Let it be severe. Fatal. And that is politics 101. You don't treat your enemy the way Uhuru played games, and later on he came to understand. There's nothing you regret like after you leave the presidency and you realize that, oh, I should have done this, I should have done this. There's nothing as bad as when you leave the presidency and you look back and you see the mistakes you made because you are a yes man. That's why Ruto is ahead of us. Ruto has psychopaths surrounding him, but at the same time, Ruto has intellectuals who advises him on how to play this political game. And let me tell you one thing, that man reads. Those who read are the ones who lead. Ile vitu Machiavelli zote ukiangalia The Prince na uangalia ile nyingine inaitwa The Art of War, this man has read those things, has mastered it. I think he reads it every 3 months. And some of these things, if you read that book in totality, it can change your mind. And if you know, let me tell you just one thing. If you look even in the Bible, there is a difference between killing and murdering. The Bible says, do not murder, do not kill. Thou shalt not commit murder. But people are being killed and nothing happened. So as a president, you have a privilege, a special privilege from God to crush your enemies in a manner that you have to do in order to govern. Because a presidency is, let's say, since independence, 50 years. How many people have had a privilege of becoming a president? It's 0.00000000000 infinity percent of what we are today. So Ruto has the capacity to destroy that man. And the day he will start destroying him, it will be nasty. You haven't seen anything like that.
All right. It will be nasty, and I'm equally certain it will be noisy, and casualties will be many. We come to this interesting question that at times many might not want to ask. Can Gachagua manage to create a sympathy following? Watu wamhurumie tu waseme, kijana wetu manze amefanywa ile kitu, is he able to create sympathy so that if he can be able to marshal sympathy, especially from Mount Kenya, can he pull out numbers very vital from William Ruto? Let me begin with the Mr. G. Anaweza create, tumhurumie tu, how William Ruto was able to do it. Huruma zilikuwa kibao mpaka each time anything was done to him, he really felt so sad. Yeah.
Jakes, in politics, nothing is impossible, but only if you know how to play the politics. The problem with our man, Ambeni Gachagua, is that he don't know how to play the politics. He's not that sharp. Look at the scenario ambao tuko sahi. Sahi, we are in a situation whereby Baba is going to AU. Unaona? Baba is going to AU. And for that fact that Baba is going to AU, hata kwa Kenya, that alone, it shall create a space whereby people of Kenya wanataka mtu ambaye anaweza kuwafaitia. You see? And this issue ambao Baba anaambia watu kuwa sijui I'm going hapa Ethiopia is only 1 hour, sijui 2 hours, sijui 45 minutes. This is just a fallacy. If at all, just ask yourself a question, Mr. Jakes. If at all, wakati alikuwa pale kwa office ya infrastructure, ilibidi resign so that akuja angalia mambo yake ya politics. He resigned, although watu kwa nasema kuwa alifutwa kazi na Ruto. But yeye mwenyewe alituambia aliandika barua and alafu akaresign. Now being a chairman of AU, do you think that atakuwa anatoka kula akikuja? That is a hypocrisy. Hiyo ni uongo. Baba haki uongo. Hakuna vile atakuwa nakaa akifanya kazi kule kama chairman of AU alafu pia anakuja kufanya kazi huku katikati yake ya politics. Hii imeisha. Akitoka akaenda AU ameenda. Kenya inabaki bila yeye. Kenya inabaki ni Kenya na watu wake sasa. Now coming to your question, Mr. Jakes. That is when Gachagua angekuwa ni mtu ambaye ana akili and he can play the games well. Anaweza kuja akachukua watu. Kwa sababu no one can trust Ruto. Na for baba kutoka kwenda nje inapatia Ruto enough power and enough time kufanya vile anajisikia kufanya, kuharibu Kenya vile anajisikia kuharibu, kwa sababu hata kuwa na mtu powerful kumzuia. Now maybe tu for instance tuseme tu from nowhere Gachagua apata akili aseme no, I'm going with the normal person, naenda na mwananchi wa chini, and then anaanza kufanya vile vitu ambazo wananchi wa chini wanataka. He can get the sympathy. How did Nanel pata sympathy? Although he used propaganda, how did Ruto got the sympathy? He used propaganda, akaplay victim card. Watu wakamwona kuwa huyu jamaa anaongea ukweli, kumbe hakuna ukweli wowote, na wakamkubalia. Sahi watu wamejua Ruto ni muongo. Alafu Gachagua from nowhere he just build himself, alafu akuje aanza ku play right the politics. He can get the sympathy ambao unaongelea, but now I don't see if we can do that because of the way yuko. Sioni kama anaweza fanya hivyo, but he had that better chance kuget akiamua.
Alex, can sympathy work for Gachagua?
The word sympathy and Gachagua are like oil and water. I mean, I don't know how to put it. Men in general judge more from appearance than the reality. And let me tell you, Jax, appear as you wish to be. Gachagua is practically a minion. And if you follow him, I think you followed the wrong path. I don't think anybody in their right mind will sit and now say, let me defend Gachagua. I saw Kate who, the former women rep, Kate Waruguru, the former women rep of Laikipia, attending Gachagua's events. So Gachagua is trying to coalesce himself within a clique that is also of foolish people. Show me your friends and I'll show you your character. Right now, you're not seeing men of honor next to Gachagua. So it's a foregone conclusion that, look, we should not even discuss about that man when it comes to the presidency. But miracles can happen. If Ruto, the way he likes to travel, and this is an hypothesis that I can buy, the only way that the man can be a president is if Ruto dies in office. Okay? And that will be a nightmare in Kenya. It will be a nightmare that day. I think the military will take off. It will not allow such. The military will not allow that either. So the man and everybody understand that when it comes to capacity of being a president, he's not near it. Remember, in this country, and we are going to do the same mistake that we did about 8 years ago. 8 years ago. This country, we were warned that this man, Trump, is not the right man. And we made a mistake of it. Like, I personally voted for Trump because I was so bitter with Clinton because Clinton killed Gaddafi. Obama administration killed Gaddafi. And Gaddafi was one person who wanted to stabilize Africa. But what did the man do? The man did so much evil, that at the end of his presidency, people, green cards were taking longer to renew. I mean, there was so much trouble, and every time they came to the house, they wanted to repeal the healthcare that was universal health care, and he really destabilized families. And if you want a country to be stable, elect leaders that are capable of managing and administrating a country. Management is key to everything. So Gachagua is not a man that I will even want to take. In fact, if he does become, I will never come back to that country. Ole wale hawajui mali wataenda. At least I have an option. So thank you, Dachi up.
Acha kwanza tutoke hapo kwa watu wenye wana option, including mimi na Mr. G. Mr. G,
No,
there's this
mimi nitaenda Uganda bwana.
Sifuna alikuwa hame, bado ako Kenya, so wacha tu tusikue wapesi wa kusema tutahama na tujikute hapa.
No,
List
wachana na
tuwe forced
Sifuna.
kumeza maneno machungu.
I have roots in Uganda.
So uko na roots,
if it's possible, niko na roots Uganda. Naweza enda nikaishi kule, kuna watu wangu huko.
Fantastic. All right, now let's come back to what we were discussing. But before we do that, I want us to listen to this political analyst from KTN, what he had to say.
Can President William Ruto drop his deputy Rigathi Gachagua for woman running mate in the 2027 general election? Well, that is the big question, as President William Ruto proposes a new set of laws that will require a male presidential candidate to have a female running mate and vice versa. The statement suggests that President Ruto could consider changing his running mate altogether come 2027 while he seeks re-election. As KTN's senior political affairs reporter Daniel Kariuki reports, the statement could leave Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at crossroads, coming barely weeks after another heated exchange of a possible replacement of Gachagua in 2027 election by youthful leader with Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro touted as one to replace him.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's position could be under siege if the 2027 discussion that has been ongoing in recent weeks is anything to go by. During the launch of the Women Governors Caucus G7 strategy Thursday, President William Ruto took time to address the thorny issue of two-thirds gender rule. Ruto asserting that he will ensure the two-thirds gender rule has been fully implemented in his UDA party and in the Kenya Kwanza government at large.
Cecily Mbarire is the chair of UDA, not by default. It is deliberate and it is intentional. And one of the assignments she has is that we must, as a party, lead from the front.
The president would go ahead to suggest a man, woman, and vice versa presidential ticket in the general election, revealing he was in talks with the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua about the future.
When Rigiji and myself tukifika hapo mbele na tumepangana, tumekubaliana vile itaenda, we must also agree that going forward, if a man is a candidate for president in our party, the woman must be the runner. If a woman is the candidate, then a man can be a running mate. Okay? And we must also cascade it down to the governors.
I will be dedicating my time to campaign for women potential governors who have been chosen by their respective parties, to work with them, develop strategies for reaching out on the ground to ensure that we actually increase this number.
But it is the remarks by the president that has sent political shockwaves after he failed to indicate when this provision will be implemented. Many are questioning whether this will apply in 2027 or 2032 for the UDA party.
And I know fellow party leaders in other parties will agree with us, because we all agree, because I'm sure the party leader in Wiper supported Wavinya. the party leader in ODM supported Gladys, and all the other party leaders supported their women candidates. So we will do this not because we want to do anything against men, but we want to balance so that we all move together.
It takes the conscious effort of a party, of the leadership of the party, to get women elected.
With the recent talk, Gachagua's DP position seems to be up for grabs, with some political pundits saying it is President Ruto's strategy to checkmate Gachagua. A section of youthful leaders recently started coalescing around Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro, pushing for him to replace Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in 2027. This talk was, however, quickly extinguished by President William Ruto himself. Daniel Kariuki, KTN News, Nairobi.
Bro, you are mute.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry. So sorry for that. Now that brings us to the next big queue. The next big question is that of one Waiguru. Maybe William Ruto is looking to balance the effect of Mount Kenya. So he will still go for someone from Mount Kenya, a lady for that matter, but go for someone who has been a governor, and Waiguru has been a governor. Her term ends in 2027, and maybe she could equally qualify for the same. I want to begin with you, Mr. G. Could this be in Othing where Gachagua will be replaced by one Waiguru who equally her term will be ending in 2027? Because her role, she has never missed anything. Look at how William Ruto has been playing his politics. Nowhere has Waiguru missed, as much as she's the chair of COG, but her role at times inakuanga very interesting. Like, for example, when we had the meeting between the president, the chief justice, Gachagua was not there, but Waiguru was there. What do you make of it?
Okay, to me, being there does not make me believe that maybe anaweza chagua Waiguru. You know, Waiguru had a picture kitambo, even though amechaguliwa kama governor, but kumbuka Waiguru is one person ambaye tulimjua kama mwizi ambaye alikuwa anabeba pesa kwa magunia. So there's a profile ambayo kunayo ambayo si mzuri, and Ruto knows. Me, what I can tell you, Jackson, kuwa me what I know, Ruto cannot choose Waiguru. Either anaweza endea huyo kijana mdogo huyo bana, na sausau jina yake sana, this guy Ndindi Nyoro.
Nyoro.
Yeah, I'm very 100% sure he can go for Ndindi Nyoro than going for this woman ambaye is the governor. But me, what I wanted to say ni kuwa I know that he may not go to Mount Kenya. This is a guy ambaye ameplan kuenda Western, and I'm seeing somebody like Mudavadi being one of the people ambaye anaweza leta close kumchukua kama deputy president. If at all kama hataenda kule, he's going to Nyanza with this creative, this nini ideology yake, hii narrative ambayo anaanza kuleta kwa anaenda kusaidia baba apate hiyo kiti ya AU. He knows that in Mount Kenya wamekosa imani na yeye. Mount Kenya amekosa grip. So sidhani kama atafocus sana pale, kwa sababu uje in Central Kenya kwa tunaambiwa kuwa watu wa Central Kenya kuna narrative huwa naongea wakisema siji unaweza kuwa rent, kuna kitu ambao huwa anatumia pale, you cannot buy this, you can buy them, you can rent
them but you cannot buy them.
Exactly, that's the narrative ambayo iko kule Central Kenya. Na Central Kenya sasa washaamua huyu mtu ni muongo, alitudanganya. Sasa ndio tunaumia mpaka sasa wanaongea kuhusu mambo ya avocado yao, sijui wanasema avocado sijui imekwaje, kumbuka vinakuwa nadanganywa kule. So ashajua pia yeye kwa in Central Kenya amekosa grip. So this guy he's playing card on Western Kenya ama Nyanza, and this card ambayo anatumia sasa ya baba ndio itafanya apate watu kule Nyanza. That's why kila mahali unaona tips mingi ziko Nyanza and Western Kenya. He knows what he's doing. But on the issue of Waiguru yosahau, he will never pick Waiguru as a deputy president. Hata anaweza endea Gladys Wanga ndio aweze kuchukua sasa Nyanza yote.
Okay, interesting. Alex, what do you think? can Waiguru replace one Rigiji? She is a woman. She is from Mount Kenya. She has been a governor. Some would argue she has tried to perform in Kirinyaga. She has a track record that speaks for itself, whether in a good way or in a bad way. As much as Mr. G anasema she was involved in scandals that were smelling to the high heavens, but equally, DP Gachagua was picked when he was still having a very active court proceedings that with it had a lot of money being questioned, and after amekuwa DP ndo arudishiwe do zake. Waiguru kesi zake ziliisha, in fact was cleared by the EACC. So in any case tunaweza sema amekuwa mweupe kama pamba from where she sits. What do you think of Waiguru? Could she be the Iron Lady, the proverbial Iron Lady?
Yes. If you look at today statement, for you it was yesterday statement, Ishungwa said, I campaigned for Gladys Wanga, even though she was in ODM. That statement reveals a lot. It tells you there's a narrative being thrown there. And I can guarantee you, Waiguru is out of equation. The person that you're looking here is Gladys Wanga, none other than Gladys Wanga. And the narrative that we must destroy, if it was a political jargonist, or if I want to play what is called yellow journalism, I will say when the fisherman meets the what? The cattle rustlers, this country will go to hell. But I don't want to run that narrative. But if you look at where the leaning is, it should be that. However, there's a disclaimer there. And the disclaimer is, as a president, the one thing you should never do is to choose a deputy that is capable more than you. And that is what killed Robert Ouko. He was not even near the deputy president. He was the minister for foreign affairs. And he was killed because he was smarter, brighter, better, and articulate. So Ruto, being an understanding politician and known what politics is, he might not even go. He might go from Baril. He might go from Baril. It is not by accident that she fought for Mbarire to get the seat of governorship. Remember, Mbarire has been with Ruto and very loyal for a very long time. The relationship between Ruto and Mbarire is far beyond Waiguru, and you must remember that. One of the first things you need to remember is that in the last election, the first person to concede defeat was the one Waiguru. Waiguru conceded defeat openly in TV that she had lost against Ngarish. But through Ruto's dubious means, a miracle happened. A person concedes and then is declared the governor. Do you remember that? So it's a game of confusion here, Jex. It's not a clear. What Ruto is playing is so complex, and I insist, Ruto is far ahead of us. I hate to say that. I hate to say that. But Ruto is far ahead of us. Right now, we are jargoning here, making speculation. Okay? But the reality is very simple. Only Ruto knows what he's going to do, not even Murkomen. He has put all the thing in the chest, and that's how politics is. A prince cannot reveal what he wants to do. He will confuse you, and later on you are surprised.
All right. Now, gentlemen, we need to move to the next part of this conversation. We have done 2 hours on Gachagua. And my final question to you both is this. What would be the way forward for Mount Kenya? What are the possibilities are they looking at? Can they do away with the presidency and equally do away with the second in command? Will that not create an apathy from the mountain? If, for example, Gladys Wanga was the person to be picked, can that alone create a situation where the mountain is not interested with the elections? What do you think, Mr. G?
You know, Jakes, there's something that Alex has always been telling us. Na sijui kama huwa unasikia hiyo kitu akisema. There's this thing ambao huwa anasema 41 verse, is it 42, 41 verse 40 ama 41 verse something. There's something ambao narrative ambao nani huwa anatuambia Alex. You know, Jakes, to my opinion, me, I will prefer if Central Kenya wanaweza actually that pride ambayo iko these people, they are so pride. Central Kenya watoe hiyo pride in them, waketi chini waseme sisi tunataka kuungana na wenzetu ambao all of us we are suffering as Kenyans, tuna suffer. So watoe hiyo, most of this Central Kenya ndio watu ambao wana control this economy of Kenya. The richest people utawapata pale, watu ambao kuna companies utawapata pale, watu ambao wana pesa utawapata pale. So hiyo kiburi waachane nayo, the best businessmen wao jamaa waachane na hiyo, alafu waseme we are forming a one party na inakuwa for all Kenyans na tunakuja kuchukua power. That what I'm saying ni kuwa hii vyama mingi hii wavunje, waachane nayo. Another thing, wake hii enemy ambayo imekuwa unajua sasa wamekosa somebody, wamekosa that central person, that center person ambao can direct them, command them. Wapate mtu mmoja na waseme we are coming out as Kenyans na tushikane na Wacoast, tushikane na Wakamba, Wabaluya, Wajaluo, and then we form one chama kama ile ambayo ilikuwa ya 2002. Wataweza kusucceed, but what I'm seeing with their pride, they cannot do that. Yeah, but what I'm seeing, hawatafanya hivyo, watataka kusimamisha mtu wao, you see, and that is when ile kitu ambayo nilikuwa nakwambia, hii kitu ya 41 verse something, that na mimi naiona kwa mbali sana, and Alex has been telling us if they cannot do that, naona hiyo kitu kuja kufanyika, kwa sababu what I'm seeing sahi, naona kama Ruto he's trying to bring Wajaluo closer to him sana na Wabaluya. You see, na demo anawaleta hivyo. Kumbuka Wajaluo na the coast people and Wakamba ni watu wamoja, wote wanapendana. So he's trying to bring this group on his side, na kisha aleta on his side, alafu awe ametema Gachagua. Central Kenya wataona kama huyu mtu amewadanganya, you see. Na kumbuka kuna that narrative ambayo alituambia kitambo kuwa I want to take power, after taking power I will deal with these people, kwa sababu hao watu tuko na shida nao. Alikuwa anasema kuna shida na kina nani? Ako na shida na Central Kenya, you see. So that is a narrative ambayo aliongea pia the same president ambao ni Ruto. So if Central Kenya hawatawacha ile kiburi yao, hiyo pride, waachane nayo, washuhudi chini, waungane na wenzao, that thing is coming back.
And Jex,
okay,
you know,
yes,
Jex, you know there are things that are unpalatable when it comes for us to be guest speakers here or panelists. But Jex, let me tell you the truth. And every Kenyan who is normal will understand what I'm saying. There is no community that is loathed among all communities like Kikuyus. And you will find people giving statements that are equally unpalatable, that shida zote Kenya tuko nazo ni kwa sababu ya Wakikuyu. We may not be able to speak it here and have a conversation, but in the bars, in our dining tables, in clubs, in offices, people talk about it. And it's a dangerous narrative. It is not all the mountaineers that are bad. It's been the leadership that when it comes to leadership, you know, you've seen people like Ndini Nyoro is a little bit quiet, like people like Ichungwa, they are paroching everywhere. And it makes people so mad. And they just do not want to talk about it. When it comes to land issues, that is an unresolved situation in Kenya that I'm telling you, one day it's going to blow up again. It's just started. We really never had a true solution to it. It was just a truce. Now, the narrative that is being run today is also very dangerous because as we near 41 against 1, when they start unleashing it, again, the words to use is going to be noisy and nasty. Because there are people who believe that when Rigiji talks, he talks on behalf of the mountain community, which is not true. There are very nice, hardworking Mount Kenya people around Kenya and around the world who have never been involved in politics or even in corruption. But the picture that overall has been painted, I was born in an era whereby we were told that Kenyatta used to say that ibeni bora msifanye nini msipatwe. Okay, so you had to steal smartly. That's what we were told, that Kikuyus were allowed to steal, but they should steal smartly. That's what we were taught. And that's why we found out criminals like this guy who wrote a book by My Life in Crime. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? Those are the novels we grew up reading.
Kiriamiti.
So we thought all Kikuyus are Kiriamitis, okay? Because they were found everywhere. So I can guarantee you the politics of Kenya, if not played rightly, one day it will blow up in a way that we really do not want it to. Now, there is another problem of born-free generation. The people who are born after Moi came from power. Now they are going to vote for the second time. These are people who do not understand the hard liberation the Kikuyus and Luo per se fought for this country. If there are people who paid the price as a communities to fight for the second liberation, in terms of communities, there were Kikuyus and Luos. But eventually, again, when Ford was formed, they did what? They separated, which was also very sad. So people ought to be told the history of this country. And for Ruto, as a president, is trying to dismantle the establishment that was in and still remains to be. That establishment is equally dangerous, whereby you create 7 billionaires from one community, and then they run the narrative that they do what? They do, the money they have is larger than Southern Sudan, larger than Kigali, which is Rwanda, Burundi, and which country that the 7 people have. So in larger sense, when you look at their business, do they have manufacturing companies? Do they have service industries only, whereby they give services like banking, insurance, stock exchange, something of the sort. So my take is this: our people from Central must divorce themselves from the leadership, so they should never be judged on how the leadership has been or it has remained to be. But otherwise, there were equally good leaders who we thought they were bad, but given a position, they worked good for Kenya. Michuki is one classic example that even if he was a Kikuyu, if you gave me that man to vote for, I will vote for him anytime, because I knew he had the capacity to do one thing, to implement whatever that should be done. He came to Nairobi in the Ministry of Environment. He cleaned up Nairobi River in less than 2 months. Something Sakaja cannot do. Yet he was in that ministry for very few days. He cleaned up totally Nairobi River and the goodwill. So we must also teach our people the history of that country in the right way, so that we don't look at our brothers in a wrong way, because their leadership has really tainted them. Right now, when Ichungwa speaks, people just turn off their TV because you know what he's going to speak. There was a time Moses Kuria was trivial, and petty. To one time he said that on this date, at this time, somebody is going to die. And he was insinuating this to Baba. You can see that politics of hatred. And that is why I'm saying that this political mortgaging of Kenya into tribes, into cocoons, has really affected us, and something ought to be done to sanitize it. I don't think William is able to do that.
All right. Interesting. Interesting.
Just
Now,
add something.
gentlemen, we have, yeah.
Yes. Just to
As
add
you're
something
adding,
on the liberation.
as you're adding, can you equally answer this? As you're adding, answer me this. Will a woman candidate really change anything? Karua was a woman candidate. Uh, one time Kalonzo had a woman candidate who was a running mate. Can that even really sway the masses in any way?
Yes, I believe in women. I believe in women, but that is a topic of another day. Let me go first for what I wanted to say. I want to add something on what Alice has said on this liberation and the fight ambao Wakikuyu wamepigania Kenya, wakasaidia Kenya. You know, I think it was way back in 18 something, whereby as they were fighting, they came and killed one white man. Na wakati waliua one white man, a decision was made that Kikuyu should be wiped out of the country. Wote wauliwe. You see, and you know what saved Wakikuyu? Because walikuwa kushamuliwa kuwa wote wauliwe na wazungu. What saved Wakikuyu from Central Kenya ni because of their unity and oneness. Ndio Wakikuyu wakiamua kufanya kitu wanafanya na moyo moja. Although they are stubborn. These guys they are stubborn, ni vichwa ngumu, lakini wakiamua wanafanya kitu wanafanya mara moja. So wakati walikuwa pale kwa kazi yao ya kawaida, walikuwa wanafanyia wazungu kazi, walikuwa wanafanya na umoja. Wakiamua wafanye kitu they are stubborn but they are doing it. Sawa. But these other guys, other communities ni wazembe. Wakiamua wafanye kazi hata hawafanyi kazi vizuri. Although walikuwa wako cool, wako sawa, hawapingani, wafanyi mambo mengi, but wako sawa, wako cool. Kazi hawafanyi vizuri. Central Kenya, those guys wanafanya kazi na roho moja. Wanafanya kazi with unity. But ikifika kwa stubbornness, wako so stubborn. So that's the one thing ambayo iliwasaidia. Kwa sababu wazungu walisema instead ya kuwa watu ambao watu ndio wanafanya kazi vizuri, wacha tuwaache. Okay, but wakosha make a decision kuwa wana wipe out all Kikuyus from Kenya, and this is a topic a topic ambayo tutakuja kuongea siku moja, the whole story when ilikuwa. Let me go back to that question ambayo unaongea ya women. There is that I don't know if I can put it as a fallacy ama a narrative in Kenya whereby women wamedunishwa sana. Women are best leaders.
I'm asking that because of what Geoffrey is saying. Yeah? Geoffrey is saying something. That's why I've asked you that question. Because he's saying that Ruto hinting to have a woman running mate will not work. Raila forced Karua as his deputy, but he lost. It didn't work. Equally, Kalonzo at one point had a woman running mate. Wajakoya had a woman running mate. This other person, the bishop, Wahiga, had a running mate that was a lady. Unfortunately, that has never been something that Kenyans have ever considered. They look at other things and not the trouser or the skirt. So if this narrative begins this early, can it work?
No, Jex. Hata tukienda tu kwa the last election ambayo ilikuwa, hatuwezi sema kwa sababu ya sisi kukosa hiyo I don't want to use that word. Let me use another word kwa sababu unapenda kunihit sana nitumia that word. Let me use that word kuwa tulinyang'anywa uongozi. Wakati tulinyang'anywa uongozi, it doesn't mean that tulishindwa kwa sababu ya mwanamke. No. Azimio walinyang'anywa uongozi. But issue ya leadership with women, kwangu mimi, I believe women are the best leaders. Only if they can be given that chance. You know what happens you see Kenya, ndio sababu nikana kuambia this is a narrative ambao kwa tumeka wanawake chini, tunawadunisha sana. That's why hata mwanamke akiamuka akasema anataka kuwa president, atakaa chini kwanza ajiulize, am I able? Am I do I have that confidence? Am I competent? That's it. Anajiuliza paka anakuwa 100%. I see Alex has something.
You see, this patriarchal mindset has been overtaken by time. You look at our media today, you look at even in terms of governance today, you find that actually women leaders are doing much better. For 10 years, Homa Bay did not have a governor, the first 10 years. Awiti Pod Peck used to sleep in Kisumu and come in the morning to Homa Bay and leave to eat lunch in Kisumu, and that is it. 1 year after Gladys Wanga has taken over, the investment conference was done there, and you could see some wonderful developments. These people have 3 airstrips, and they never had nothing before. He's selling Homa Bay to the whole country like never before. We're not talking about Mombasa. We are not talking about Kiambu. We are not talking about Kakamega. We are not. In fact, if you look at the money circulation in Kenya, it was so bad that Kisii was in Nyanza. Kisii was having so much money cash flow from the US and other countries that we had to shift the central bank from Kisumu, and we had to put one in Kisii. However, the way Homa Bay is coming, it can tell you that a woman can do a work that equally a man can do. So these sentiments of this patriarchal mindset, thinking that men are infallible, women are blasphemous, must stop. Men by nature should understand that women can equally do a good job, and the good job they do is one. When a woman gets a job, this is what they say: the family will benefit. But when a man gets a job, the family may not benefit at all. And I'm not saying it's true to the core, but it's a principle that you can understand, that when a mother earns, a priority is the children. So some cases are there that we can say that, look, the cases like Kirinyaga, where Waiguru is, they played so much politics and they stole so much. I don't know why, but by nature, if you are stealing from young age, you will never stop stealing. So my take on this is this: you cannot come here and tell us that a woman cannot be. They have the best chances in the future. If the girl child right now performs better than a boy child, I swear to you.
All right.
And just to add something before you leave that point, Mr. Jakes. Sai, in our offices, as Kenyan, in our offices, there's normal work ambao tunafanya. You'll find where a woman is a leader, he's able kusaidia wenzake ambao wako chini mpaka wafike stage ambaye yako. But a man in the same office cannot do that. Mwanaume anajiangalia yeye mwenyewe. But a woman she will sacrifice, afunze mtu, amsaidie mahali amekosa. That's why kumpatia any leadership, he will do it better than a man. To finish, per se, there's this narrative ambao watu tunakuwa nayo kuwa our love for confidence people. Most of we see Kenyans, kwa kuna that love that we have for the confidence people, but often it leads us to a misguided conclusion that confidence it is just advantageous kwa anything about tunajua, because of that confidence ambayo tuko nayo inakuwa ni kama advantageous for women. Sasa tunapata somebody ambaye hata he has nothing, he's incompetent, just because of that courage ambayo kunayo, the confidence ambayo kunayo, anapewa that advantage and upper hand kuwa as a leader. That's why I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to ask Alex a question. Kwa hii situation ambayo happen leo, I saw that Somali guy from Nyanza, and I saw this guy from Mombasa, wakiwa na baba Junet and Joho. I wanted to get your take on this issue. Kwa nini wanajionyesha sahi?
All right, and with that question, equally it brings us to the next topic, which is the succession story. And the story here is Raila Odinga today, in a way, kind of said the people to take over ODM leadership, or should really take it to the next level, should be one Hassan Joho and equally Ambetsa Oparanya. And I equally wish to join in the question from Mr. G and ask you, Alex, this question. What does that even mean? What does it even mean? Because we have removed, as it will be, if that is to continue, we'll have removed the leadership from Luo Nyanza and taken it to Western and the coast, if that is an argument we can look at. What do you make of it? But I don't know, for the sake of our viewers, can you play the clip, or do you just want to go ahead and answer the question?
I don't know. I mean, the viewers, if they watched it, you are best suited to tell us that. However,
all right, let me play it because it's a two minutes thing. Then we'll come back. All right. Okay.
Has tasked former governors Raila and Joho and Wycliffe Oparanya with taking charge of the ODM party as he embarks on a continental campaign for the African Union Commission chairperson seat. Odinga, who was in Wajir County, said his absence should not lead to the crumbling of the ODM party. Stephen Leto has more.
Mimi nataka niwaambie hapa mchana, usiku na mapema, watu waelewe serikali inayokuja mwaka wa 2027 ni serikali ya ODM, na mambo ni mawili ama matatu pia, lakini ya muhimu ni mawili. Kama si Raila Amolo Odinga, basi ni Hassan Ali Joho.
Sasa wanapiga kelele ndani ya Nairobi, oh baba anaenda AU, baba anafanya hii. Tafadhali tuheshimiane, tafadhali tuheshimiane. Tuheshimiane kwa sababu don't limit us. Baba anaweza enda popote hapa duniani, hata anaweza kuwa Secretary General ya AU, anaweza kuwa Secretary General ya UN, anaweza kuwa chairman ya ECOWAS, lakini mwishowe atabaki tu mtu ya ODM. Mimi nahakikishia nyinyi hiyo.
Na mjue papa hakuna mahali anaenda, ataendelea kushikilia sisi kwa chama cha ODM.
Chama sio mtu, chama ni wanachama na viongozi, na mimi nina hakika hawa ambao niko nao hapa wanatosha, watazidi kuendesha mambo ya chama, hata kama mimi niko kule Addis Ababa. Na kama wanataka ushauri, mimi niko tayari kuwashauri na watu.
All right. There you have it, folks. Hawa jamaa wanatosha. The proverbial tosha moment that we were all been waiting for. The tosha moment happened today. As much as probably I am almost certain it will be refuted in a certain way. Itaelezwa ina njia ingine because siasa ya Kenya achana nayo. Baba might equally change his statement tomorrow. But let's work with what we have at the moment. Let's not jump the gun. Alex, Oparanya, Joho, wametosha? Did you even see that coming?
You know, in politics, there are different versions of politics. And equally, they've been played today by both admins. There is the politics of location and politics of the moment. Okay? You must know what to say, how to say, where to say some things. You must know that when you come to Kisii, utatuambia Simbarat si kijana ametosha, ndio maana tulifanya nini, tulichagua yeye deputy leader. Oh, okay. Sasa for him to go to Wajir, I think there was a rebellion. I think this party that was in Azimio that left with a lot of our members that voted for Wetangula during the speakership. So for Baba to go there, he has to appease those people. And to appease them is to tell them, oh, Joho yuko hapa na Joho ni Muislam. But I don't think people are foolish enough to buy that. Joho was a betrayer. When we needed him, he was never there. I will never buy the narrative that Joho should be in anything that's called ODM anymore. When duty calls and you miss, it significantly makes a question and doubt. And once doubt's coming in, people start feeling things that are not there. So Joho created a vacuum that made us feel the pitch. When the delegates moment was done in the whole of Coast, Joho was missing. And when Joho was missing, Joho comes back when a truce has been made with Raila and Ruto. It is Joho who told us that mimi ni mtoto wa baba. Sasa baba hawezi, mimi nitakaa mbele. What happened? Baba was almost killed in front of the fire line. Where was Joho? Did he say anything? I don't buy Joho's narrative. Joho should go to the nearest political garbage and stay there. That's where he belongs. When you become a garbager, you should go there. Now, naona Mohamed Ige hapa ana complain. I don't know, ni sijui nimemfanyia nini mbaya, but ameambia ndugu yangu hapa, don't call people that Somali guy from Migori. Don't say that Somali guy. Tumia lugha nzuri, Mr. G.
But Somali guy is not a bad name, Mr. Mohammed.
It is.
You know, sometimes tunasahau jina. Sometimes tunasahau jina. Okay. Go ahead.
Anaitwa Junet Mohammed. Sorry, as a moderator, I think pia ameniambilia. I didn't hear. Sorry, I was seriously looking for something. I was to say something. I was to mention his name so that we correct that. So forgive us for that. It's wrong actually. It's wrong, Mr. G, to call someone.
You know,
it's like
it comes
you,
out
Mr. G guy. It sounds like it's almost rude. It almost sounds like rude. Eh?
Actually, it's bigotry. It's bigotry by nature. But anyway, Mzee Karada, I think you guide us very well there. So I acknowledge.
Sana Mohammed, we are well guided. We are well guided. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. G, sorry, I don't know if Alex you're through because you have responded to my comment section.
Yeah, so Joho is taking advantage. But at the same time, when you look at the matrix of Kenya today, again, the coast is having a vacuum. And the only person actually can mobilize the coast to coalesce around him, again, it's only Joho again. So we are facing a dilemma, a political dilemma. So it's like he's a flesh in the thorn. Is a flesh in the thorn. So what I can no, Mr. G is not a tribalist. No.
It's okay. Let's focus. Let's focus.
No, that one I have to recant. No. That one I have to make sure that the panelist.
I will do so. Just
the panelist.
I'll do so for you.
Is not attacked. No, that we are not tribalists here.
Go on because you will lose your chain of thought.
No, I will not. It is deeply embedded in my thoughts.
When
it comes to Oparanya has no capacity on his own in terms of money, in terms of bankrolling, in terms of the MP surrounding. He faces the same quagmire that Gachagua faces. Okay? So it is that matrix again of putting weak people around us so that we can buy their narrative. If Papa is really serious on putting ODM in a good way, especially in his succession, he should not have gone. It is Ida Odinga who told us the person to take over from Raila is Mbadi. You heard that. So this political journalism, we should not be discussing them here. You must understand there is a politics of location whereby you must appease the people talking to you. And that has brought problems to Baba. Somebody goes and says, sitafadhali mpe Baba one more time. Nani anakuja anasema in a funeral, Mtula Kilonzo Jr. anakuja anasema wakati hii mpende msipende. Baba sasa for him to play and manage the crowd, anafika huko anasema nini? Si hata Kalonzo anatosha. Unaelewa? Unajua Baba needs to stop those things. Those are his weaknesses because his statements are really confusing. So I don't take this statement to be serious. It's just another statement that we should not buy or we should not even talk about. Joho and Oparanya do not have the capacity to run that country easily right now as we see it. We can nurture better leaders, but then we can agree there is a hole within us whereby in the coast, Mungaro cannot do it. The current governor of Mombasa cannot do it. So then we have a dilemma. We ask ourselves, then who can do it in coast and also can coalesce the Muslim community to us? Joho does a better job. Junet does a better job. So we are going to face a vacuum for a while on really how to carry on, because to fill Baba's shoes is a larger is a larger problem to us. So that's what I can say.
Okay, Mr. G, I want to ask you this. Um, I'll use that all his words. In Oparanya and Joho's hands, are we safe, or is ODM safe? Will it grow to the next level?
ODM is not safe. You know, that's why I asked Alex. I wanted to hear his take on that issue. Although there's this guy ambaye ameongea, I think hakuelewa what I was talking about because it was just in good faith. Sikuwa nasema hiyo jina kuongea kuhusu mambo sija tribalism mama nini. No, I was just using it as a to face that anatoka upande fulani, jina yake imenipotelea. You see, so it was easy nikisema Somali inajulikana haraka ni Junet. You see, so it was not in bad faith. Yeah, it's not in good faith. Mohamed, hiyo iko sawa, hiyo hakuna mambo mengi. Okay, on that question, Mr. Jex, you know, to me, when I saw Junet and then I saw Joho, that word messy, hii ambayo tumetumia hapa sana, that it will be messy, the end will be messy and some words here ambao ulikuwa unatumia, those are the words ambazo zilikuja kwa akili yangu, kwa sababu I'm seeing baba akitoka aache ODM. So you know the problem ni kuwa baba is trying to manage us, watu wa Azimio, watu wa ODM, akituambia kuwa hapa Ethiopia he just 1 hour, siji 2 hours, siji 45 minutes, naweza enda nikakula lunch hapa, nikaenda nikaruka ndege, nikaenda nikalala kule, nikakula breakfast. He just trying to manage us, which is not good. When baba atapata hiyo seat ya AU, mambo yake na Kenya itakuwa imeshakatika. There's no way atakuwa narudi hapa anakuja Saturday kupiga siasa. He's not allowed kufanya siasa. Itakuwa ni kazi yake ya as a leader of AU. Kwanza atakuwa busy sana, hatapata hiyo time ya kuja. So he should stop managing us. Now on the issue of ODM, itakuwa messy. Why? Kutakuwa na vita. Sai Joho is coming out kwa sababu baba amesema anaenda. So kuna hiyo nafasi, the kingpin anataka aichukue kama leader wa ODM. Na ukweli vile Alex amekwambia ukweli, the guy amekuwa missing. Tukipigwa hapa barabarani, in the streets, tunatupia tear gas, amekuwa amejificha. Sasa hii wakati kuna baba anatoka kwa sababu wanataka wapate mtu ambaye atalead that chama, yeye ameanza kutuambia kuwa he's the Simba. Baba ndo amempatia hiyo ujasiri mpaka siku hizi he's the Simba wa politics. Simba gani wa politics ilikuwa anaweza jificha? And he knows why he was hiding. Anajua mwenyewe alikuwa anajificha kwa nini. The mess things ambazo amefanya, ukora ambao amefanya, and those were other narrative, vitu vingi sana mbovu ambao amefanya. Even though he's the right person, when Alex amekwambia he's the right person that anaweza mobilize Mombasa, but wakati alikuwa kwa leadership he did a lot of mess. Na tena alichangia watu wengi kuacha kupigia baba, wakapigia huyu mkora ambaye alitudanganya. So going to that question, Mr. Jex, I think baba akishatoka itakuwa messy kwa sababu kila mtu atakuwa anajitakia na kutakuwa na vita mingi sana, vita mbaya sana. Alafu kumbuka mtu kama Oparanya is the guy ambaye amekuwa royal kwa baba, but sasa shida haiko stable, hana ile stamina ya kuchukua hiyo kiti. So it will just be messy. Hatuwezi sema kutakuwa safe on any other person pale. Baba akishatoka things will be messy.
You see, Jex, another
same
thing.
question. Are we safe in these two guys?
Jex, let me tell you something. If now let's take party politics aside and look at the reality of things. When Joho was the governor of Mombasa, the only reason we loved him was one thing: he was a mobilizer. But when it came to governance, when it came to papers, when it came to everything, it was questionable. Okay, from degree to everything. And when you want to take over a seat and the largest party in the country, you don't just choose anybody. And this is where Luos beats us more than any other people. They have serious leaders that if you look at Kalume, if you look at Otienda Molu, if you look at these two women from Milia Thiamba and the other women from the Oma Bay, equally, when you look at the capacity of these people, you can accept and can openly acknowledge that these people, not only did they go to school, not only are they smart, but the capability and leadership in them is obvious. So Joho, when he ran Mombasa, and Mr. G will tell you, Abu was running the county, and Abu terrorized people to the end that Abu is his brother, by the way, if you don't know that. His blood brother, his big brother. In the end, Abu was able to defect to UDA before the elections. And that for me was a big question of how Joho is dealing with politics. One leg was here just in case, another leg was here just in case. So for me, when I analyze Joho, he has no capability to be trusted. He's a man who can be in this side or this side, depending on his business ventures. Honestly. So what comes first, best and last is his business. Remember, he had a deal with the president of Southern Sudan to a point that the president of Southern Sudan wanted to pull out everything that was coming from Kenya to Southern Sudan and take it to Eritrea or somewhere there, if the clearing and forwarding was not done by Joho's company. And there was a tiff that they had to bring these people together, and Joho was told to keep quiet. And he's because alikuwa amenyang'anywa your business, and Mr. G will tell you. But it was returned after he agreed. So he's a person who put his business ahead of the politics and the suffering of Kenyans, according to the ODM politics by then. Now, how do you take him in and leave a person that honestly has been with Baba every time, everywhere? Oparanya has been a conjugal twin to Baba. So you cannot compare these two people. The only problem that Oparanya has is that his capacity to bring people together, to coalesce behind him. And that's the problem with the Luya politics. The other day, Ruto went there and endorsed Mudavadi as the kingpin of Western. No, Wetangula, leaving Mudavadi on the side. So that's a politics of confusion that we want to bring to ODM. If really ODM wants to have the leadership capability, we should master the art of looking for real leadership, not sycophants or people in the middle of a course. They can recant and betray you. Joho has proved that he can betray us at any time, depending on his business. Thank you, Jax.
All right. Now, Mr. G, there's this question that at times when anikanyanga kidogo. The wife of Raila Odinga talked of John Badi. The brother of Raila Odinga talked of the minority leader. I don't know how to use your statement. Wandai, Opio Wandai.
Don't say that Luo guy. Don't say that Luo guy.
Yeah, I'm almost using and some heavyweights were equally talking of one Babu Wino. With these two, Oparanya and Joho, is this where ODM begin to lose its magnet? Because probably Raila was the magnet that has held it together all this while. With his exit and coming in of Joho and Oparanya, is this where it all comes to a fall?
That's why I told you that could be a messy. There will be messy. Kwa sababu gani? You know, somebody like Joho atakuja na hiyo kifua akisema yeye ndio Simba, amefunzwa na baba, yeye ni mtoto wa baba ambaye amefunzwa sasa ni Simba wa siasa, and yet he's not even Simba wa siasa. This is a guy ambaye amesumbua watu sana hapa. You know, we had a narrative, although I have never owned a shamba or a land in Mombasa, but this guy, there's a narrative that frustrates sana landlords. There's a way that mtu alikuwa akijenga nyumba, I'm told that anafaa aende achukue, if you build a flat, anataka a flat hapo chini, anataka a piece kwa building yako. So he frustrated a lot of people, and that's why makosa mingi ambayo amefanya alikuwa amejificha. He's not a lion. Now coming to Babu Wino, to me Babu Wino amekuwa kama a joker, even though many people loves him, but to me ikifika upande wa leadership, to me Babu Wino is still a joker. Bado he lacks that leadership kama ile Baba. Baba is somebody ambaye he's able and he's fit kwa hiyo kiti, lakini tukisema tunapatia mtu kama Babu Wino, Babu Wino he still need to grow as much as pesa ako nayo kiasi, but on the issue of running ODM, that guy cannot lead ODM. It is very awkward akipewa, kwa sababu ata mess. Sasa wacha tuende kwa what happened between Baba and the wife of Baba ambayo ni Ida and the brother to Baba ambaye ni the youth leader, wanamwitanga youth what, kuna jina ambao anatumiwa akiitwa, kwangu mimi nashindwa how Ida, and Ida has a say. Ida akisema kitu kuwa he knows what she's saying. Akisema kuwa is this guy ambaye huyu umesema, huyu ambaye anaitwa
John
Badi
Badi.
ni mtu ambaye amekuwa ODM. Yeah, John Badi ni mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa ODM for a very long time. He's a good guy. But although pia mwanzo tuliona akiwa anamshike kiasi, hata kwa maandamano sidhani kama alikuwa kwa maandamano. Sikumuona kwa sababu kulikuwa na issue kidogo na mambo ya mama ambaye the mama ana perform vizuri sana as a governor, lakini Badi alikuwa na issue naye. Sidhani kama wamereconcile kabisa, amerudi 100%. I think bado kuna kachuki kiasi. So all these people mimi kwangu naona ni kama there's a problem. Baba anafaa awe so wise wakati ata choose a leader ambaye ata take over as ODM. Kwa sababu ukiangalia mtu kama the minority leader still pia bado hajafikia ile chance tunaweza sema he is able to take that chama na ailidi pale mali inafaa ifike. So all these people bado they are still wanting, they need Baba closer sana awaonyeshe maarifa ambao wanaweza tumia to lead that party, but akiwacha tu hivi ita scramble, yote itaisha, itakuwa tuna vita kila siku.
Okay. Same question to you. Why didn't we have someone from Luo Nyanza, where Raila Odinga comes from, to be endorsed by Raila Odinga? As you rightfully said, Mr. Alex, that probably Raila said so kwa sababu ya mahali alikuwa. Maybe akienda a different place, he will still showcase other leaders. From where you sit, do you see a situation where we could have other people still being fronted to be able leaders, and then eventually when we'll have the elections for ODM, there is where the one who wins, maybe Raila will say wacha tujitupe uwanjani, mwenye atashinda, that's the person I will support. What do you think? Why was it important for Raila Odinga to call Joho and Oparanya today, yet his wife had called John Badi, his brother had called Opiyo Wandayi?
During the ODM registration effort or campaign, we were very progressive. We started from Siaya, Kisumu, we went all over. Finally, we found ourselves in Kisii, we went to Migori, then from there we went to Homa Bay. No, Homa Bay came now. The Homa Bay we didn't go before. So we went now to Western. We went to Busia, then we went to Vihiga, all that. And after a very successful meeting in the coast was the peak of all this entourage. We took a break, a prolonged break, because Baba structure in the way he structured ODM, he wanted to meet the delegate first. The delegates agree with each other. By the time they go to that public rally, they are equally prepared. People are not going to fight. So my take is, Baba understands the nature of Wajir politics, and Baba wants people to do what? Registration. In that event, there are statements that you must make to include. You see, if you look at the history of Kenya, for a very long time, especially during Moi's times, The northern hemisphere of Kenya was so segregated, undermined, and it's called, there's a name they call hard area, something of the sort. So devolution has really helped that place. But Baba is trying also to still convince them that they are part and parcel of Kenya. And therefore, what
Former
Baba
Governor
is doing,
Raila And Joho and Wycliffe Oparanya with taking charge.
Sorry for that. I was struggling to add Mr. G. Sorry.
yeah.
Go on.
So when you are in a marginalized place, you don't play the politics of abundance of Nairobi. You must bring their sons and you must say, what do you have for them? Okay. The inclusions of Muslim within the ODM ranks is very important. Now, then you ask, who is this spice that should be added in this food of ODM so that they can do what? The Muslim community can feel included. Unfortunately, that person is Joho. Now, there is another narrative that Mama is playing. I think Mama is not, Mama made a mistake. Mama makes a lot of mistakes, and I think she should stay out of politics, because when Baba did not want Jalango to buy that seat, Jalango went and knelt down to Mama, and it's Mama who begged. Remember, these are seats that people are not given nomination for a very long time because Baba was wavering and asking, is this really the right person? And I'm one person who will say this, Mbadi too is not the right person. If you truly knew the politics of the Luo Nyanza, you can understand where I'm coming from. And Mr. Ige knows it so well, but he will refuse to come and tell us. The South Nyanza politics starts from Tom Mboya and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. When Tom Mboya knew that now his life was in danger, he came to Jaramogi to ask for forgiveness before actually he was assassinated. So there had been a big rift between South Nyanza and the other Nyanza. And when you look at that politics, is that the South Nyanza is saying this time it is our turn. We've been dominated by the other side of Luo Nyanza. And that is equally very dangerous, because within the Nyanza community, then we have some Bantus who have been assimilated. The Suba community, the Kuria community, and the Kisis are basically one language, if you don't know. Okay? So, and that is why, you see, Baba is always appeasing the Suba community. If you remember, at one time, Moi had to recognize Suba as one of the communities in Kenya. And what did he do? Moi actually opened a radio station for them. So the issue of Mbadi is this issue of what the Luo community from other people call them Sudanese. Okay? The Sudanese have played a critical role in Baba's politics and also have been the largest critics of Baba. You can see today what is happening in Homa Bay at large. The rebels that are there, Karoli Omondi and others, all of them have ties to what we actually call the Suba community. Now, the Suba want to include themselves in the succession politics and that is why Baba, in a way, postponed going to Homa Bay for that reason. And essentially, when he went there, you heard him what he said in those meetings. Because I paid attention carefully to see how is this group going to unite in the absence of Baba. My fear is the South Nyanza Luo and the Upper Luo area of Kisumu and Siaya might, if they don't get a uniting leader, they might not be together. It will be the end of the Luo unity. Now, finding a leader that can unite them, again, is tricky, Jax, because if you say it's Mbadi has been a very polarizing leader, especially you heard last time in terms of giving people what? Certificates for nomination. Mbadi alitesa watu sana, and that's been a key issue within them. So I don't think Mbadi can ever take. I don't think somebody from the larger Siaya or Kisumu can be able to take. The dilemma remains that if that person B anaweza kuwa in a way Babu Owino, but Babu Owino needs to mature. And he needs to go back to Kisumu and become a governor there for 2 terms to take hold of that. But given the nature of politicians, they are also grooming their own children. If you look at how Winnie came to the seat of Aela, if you paid attention, Winnie declared her intention in Twitter. And the registration was going to close. So Winnie went and put her papers. And when that thing went to parliament, nobody opposed it. You know, Winnie almost went unopposed, unlike other leaders being voted. And that was both aisles, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. So for me, there's something ringing in me that Winnie is being groomed. And Baba's decision to go to AU is to popularize even more Winnie, because that was a personal decision. That was not a political decision. So this thing is going to play out differently. What we are being shown is not the reality. These are makeups. Hiyo ni kujipodoa. ODM inajipodoa. But wakati itavaa tu nguo yake alafu uone ikiamuka asubuhi kabla hujajipodoa, that's when you will agree that politics is a bad game. Joho will have premium tiers. Oparanya will have premium tiers. By finishing,
let me ask you.
By finishing, on that point, by finishing, Jex, if you're a leader, you must have the capacity to betray your lieutenants, okay? And you ignore, like, look at Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba carried the Bible and say kwa jina Raila in parliament, and he was almost expelled. And you saw how it was noisy and what? Nasty.
Messy.
Messy and nasty. And you can see how Wetangula parted ways. You can see, I mean, there's that trajectory. You must reach a point and accept that on this I might choose. I must betray this one, I must make this one. And it comes with a lot of wisdom. So the surprise will come when really Baba is going and you realize that those people are no longer, they were not even in the circle of Baba. That's my take on that. I'm sorry for saying
now
that.
Let me ask you, I want to ask you this. What happens to the likes of Simbarati, who we felt probably was the heir apparent? Unfortunately, or fortunately, that seems not to be coming. In any case, Raila has gone to Kisi severally, and we almost thought that the person who will endorse rightfully would be Simbarati. What do you think could have informed Raila's move? Because it came as a shocker to many. It is yet to be official. It is yet to see if this is what Baba truly will stick with. Because at one moment we almost thought he had endorsed Kalonzo Musyoka, only for him to speak at a different interview and say that is not what he meant. That he was kind of misquoted. Uh, Having said that, and risking the fact that we might equally misquote him, why do you think the likes of Simbarati, the likes of this this uh, this leader, I'm forgetting his name, Simbarati, yes. Why is it that now that when it counts, Raila Odinga didn't really approve of him?
Projects, you cannot count Simbarati out. If you saw Baba's rally in Kisi when he went there, he had a certain mission. And I think the mission was accomplished. First and foremost, he told Kindiki that, look, there is a problem down here, and you have never resolved it. The next day, Kindiki came and said, we need to resolve this issue. Simba still remains to be a confidant of Baba. And the reason Baba must respect him, sometimes I know, is that the guy is a politician. He might not be an administrator. He's a real politician. He's shrewd, and he has money too. He can bankroll whenever he wants, and he's also a mobilizer. So you cannot count him out. And that is why I say we are going to get surprises of the day. Mbadi is not going to be there. Joho is not going to be there. Oparanya is not going to be there. It will be a surprise thing, my friend. You see, the price of greatness is responsibility. The price of greatness is responsibility. In politics, there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. It's permanent interest. Okay? And I can guarantee to you, it's Henry Kissinger who said that. And over politicians change for the sake of what they deem to be more important to them. And in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. Okay? It was planned that way. So there are things that are being planned de facto. Okay? But when it will come to fruition, when it will come now to a reality, when the rubber meets the road, you must separate the chaff from the wheat politically. And that process is equally tough. I can give you an example right now. Look at Khalwale. Khalwale recently had a meeting with who? With Oparanya. Oparanya is in ODM. The current governor is in ODM. However, Khalwale is in UDA. But then Khalwale says he wants Dani to be back him. And Oparanya said, our next governor is not ODM governor. It's going to be a UDA governor. Then you ask yourself why? Because he understands when you put Khalwale in his side, he will have a vocal voice. Somebody who parioks, who talks so much, and who does not fear what he talks or not. So he has already gotten a mouthpiece. Okay. In politics, you have so many people that surround you. So Oparanya has already taken a mouthpiece that will fend for him. And that is why I'm telling you that it's going to be a matrix, a game of chase, especially because of the person that you want to inherit that seat from. And Baba will make sure that he leaves somebody who solidifies the party, not somebody who is going to be a factionalist as long as he leaves. So that's the dilemma that we have. And we have this bad behavior, Mr. Jakes. We have this bad behavior that leaders do not choose or recognize their successors in our country. Young people fight to take on. Sifuna was never elected to become the Secretary General of ODM, by the way, if you remember that. Sifuna woke up one day and said, E-Kitty has been vacant for a year, and it's not possible. I'm taking off. And the guy became the Secretary General until today, 7 years in the office, and nobody has ever challenged him. So you will see a person like Simba come later and grab this thing. And politics is for grabbers, not compromisers. If you want to compromise like Oparanya, you will live the whole life yako kama Mudavadi. But if you become a grabber, that's where you belong in politics. Thank you, Jackson.
Oparanya has always had a soft spot in Raila's heart. If you remember, even during Handshake, I think we were with you in one of the shows that we had, where it was said in that video that we were looking at, that when asked by Uhuru Kenyatta who he would endorse to be a president, the first name that came to his mind that was Raila Odinga was one Umbeto Oparanya. If that is something to go with, could we be looking at a situation where we will create very serious wrangles both in ODM and in Azimio if Oparanya becomes the true heir apparent of both ODM and Azimio? Because what happens to the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka? What happens to Martha Karua and the others? What happens in the event that ODM disintegrates? Because in Kenya, a party is as good as its leadership. And it is almost true that parties are owned by individuals in Kenya. The exit of an individual in a certain party has brought down most parties. Case in point, KANU. Case in point, Jubilee. Case in point, Ford Kenya, and many other parties. Now, with the exit of Raila Odinga as well, this equal will be the first true test of ODM if it's truly a strong party. Then equally, the other test will be about Azimio. Is this relationship built on strong stone or on quicksand? But my question to you is the fronting of Ombetsa Oparanya as an heir apparent, does it create a very curious onlook to many who might be asking themselves, what happened to those who have been ardent supporters of Raila Odinga, like Siaya governor, like Kisumu governors? What happens to them? Is this how they equally exit politics when they retire from governorship? Is this still how they go home? What happens when you look at the whole matrix, the whole picture? The question Oparanya, what does it mean, both in ODM, Azimio, the big picture? What does it really mean?
That's a very good question. If you look at the politics of Kenya now for 20 years going, we've never gone with the same formation in election in the next cycle. We've been changing. We've been having something called rotational thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So you still clinging to Kenya Kwanza or Azimio is actually a foregone case. There is no Azimio. People are just positioning themselves because they know without Baba they benefit not. And Baba started a serious recruitment whereby it is said he's using his own money. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sifuna has opined that a long time ago. I wouldn't be surprised in a situation for a person who knows how to play politics, because by definition, politics is not what you want. For you, politics is for A, B, C, D things, but for politicians, it's the fight for power. If you put that in the matrix in your mind, that these people are fighting for power, and power can't be fought without big money. It can't, because you can't be everywhere. You must station other people too who have money and who have intelligence. And unfortunately, Gachagua was used in that way to bankroll, and that is why he demanded his share of whatever he got. So the thing that is important here is, and the question that we must ask is, where will ODM go next? ODM is not going with Kalonzo. Take it to the bank. Once you don't see a person that is very honest, like Martha Karua, in meetings, you must ask yourself very pertinent questions that will be able to allow you to know the conclusion of the matter. So Azimio is dead. Let's not talk about Azimio anymore. Let's not talk about Azimio. They can come up as an organized opposition or minority to give their statements and press us, but in terms of their thinking, they are not together, and they will not be together. So, and that's why the succession now becomes easier. Okay, so Kalonzo has to deal with his, and ODM has to deal with it. There is no marriage of convenience here. Kalonzo will end up doing what Martha Karua did and what Ngilu did, taking a shell, a party that is a shell. You hear me? until today, Ngilu is holding on to a shell, a party that has been run by time. Martha Karua is also holding a shell. I don't know when they sit down on what basis do they negotiate of, because their members of parliament are ni wadogo sana. Their MCAs ni wadogo sana. So the next cycle of politics is going to be transitional politics that favors Ruto, because Ruto's party started the transition in 2022. Now we are going to face now a transition when we don't have our kinara. Unaelewa? We are going to face when he is facing out of politics, and everybody is going to come with entitlement that James Orengo will come as a senior person. Another person will come, like Anyang' Nyong'o may come as the brightest of the brightest. Otienda Amolo, of all people, will come out and say, look, in terms of analyzing and doing this, I have been very critical to ODM, even in terms of what? When we go to the Supreme Court. People are going to come with entitlement. The question is, will their entitlement help them? No. A person that may end up leading ODM might be a person who is rowdy, forceful, and who does not care. And when I look at the politics of Kenya, and I'm sorry if I am biased, the State House has really been fighting the people who deem to be a little bit tough to the president, or they have a chance to take over. And you can see masaibu ya hawa watu openly. My sister here is saying Kalonzo has a chance. He just needs a young sponsor like Mike Sonko, connect with the public and have a presence, and it shall be up there. A presidency does not work that way, good year. It's beyond there. Presidency does not work that way. I will guarantee you, I've been part of our political party ODM, and I can tell you that it is not easy to be in ODM. That's why people go out of ODM. Kalonzo anamiasmize around himself in Kukambani. The best he can go is to Embu and Meru. I've never seen Kalonzo have a big time rally even in Mombasa, whereby there are so many Kambas. From Kwale, uende kwenda juu, wale watu in Likoni alone, Kambas can elect an MP. But Kalonzo, I don't know, ni pesa hana, ni akili hana, ni foresight hana, ni insight hana. I mean, he just plays, even when we are excited with him, that he will carry us forward, the guy has always behaved childishly. I can use Martha Karua's words towards Uhuru at some particular time. Kalonzo is a political crybaby. He has no political stamina by himself. He can do something. And that is why when you look at Kalonzo, the people that supported him at some point, they withdraw the support and threaten him. And one of them is Mudhama. You know, Mudhama was the chief financier of Kalonzo for a long time. Another one before his death was who? Was Mutula Kilonzo Sr. So we are in a situation whereby Kalonzo can be accepted, but is he showing that he can do that? Does he have the money to bankroll the whole country? Okay, and go the whole country. Remember, the political funds have been held to his disadvantage. So kutafuta chopa na kufanya vitu zingine, kuenda 3 meetings in a day, I don't know how he's capable of doing that. I'm yet to see his recruitment seriously go to Kisii, go to Bungoma, go to Trans Nzoia, go to Wajir, go to Turkana. I'm yet to see that, because let us not look at people based on our likeness to them. Let us look at them on the basis of their capacity to campaign and to be able to marshal the forces. If you see what Baba is doing, he meets the delegates. And sometimes the delegates are so many for ODM mpaka saa ingine mimi hushangaa. How do we manage that? That's the dilemma that Kalonzo has. Thank you.
Now, there are so many questions I really want to ask you, but equally we are pressed for time. And I don't know if you have the strength and the stamina to go the whole hog, but I pray you do. Now, let me ask you two questions, Kwanzaa, quickly. Number one, Raila Odinga has built himself around so many ideologies. The one who replaces him, where can he pick from? Because what can he sell so as to one, attract the masses, two, almost inherit the proverbial stronghold? Because it's not just being endorsed like that. In Kenya, we have never gone by persons being endorsed. That hasn't happened. Maybe it will start now. But with the leadership like Akina Ledama, Akina Sifuna, Akina, there's this other guy, Eddie Okech, with such leadership, what with such vibrant, youthful politician, what must they do so that by the end of it all, they seem to kind of walking the steps of Raila Odinga? Because it's a tall order, it's almost impossible. But how will we begin to say finally there's a glimpse of hope in either of these leaders? Because by the end of it all, it's one thing to be endorsed, it's another thing to walk the talk, to walk like Raila Odinga, and equally to be as strong or something close to that. What can they do? Where can they start? Raila didn't just come from nowhere. He has built himself over the decades. He has, he has proven himself. He's one person who, after defecting from a party, he equally stepped down and forced a re-election, and he won. Do we have such leaders who can take the bull by the horns?
I don't know, but transitional politics is tricky again. And the problem with politics or a politician is that he thinks of the next election, but a statesman thinks of the next generation. And Kenyans are glued to what is called elections. If you take how many times have we said the name 2027 in this show, you'll be alarmed. Okay? We're not talking about the next generation of leadership. We palate in terms of what is called elections, and that has made us not to cultivate, neither to do what, to nurture a leadership that is within our people. In spite and despite of how our leaders are or where they come from, I can still tell you we have very good crops of leaders that can be admired nationally. And as some of the people who have said here, like Shama Hussein, I said we have people like Joho, Arati, Ledama, Sifuna, Babu. And now the question now lies here: how are they not able to get to a point that they can stand on their 2 feet and we are comfortable them taking? I almost called you Bernard. Mr. Jex, it is because of a sad thing that is called the politics of personality. Cult politics. Okay? Once a figure like Ruto leaves UDA, it remains a shell. And if Raila retires from ODM, I bet somehow it will significantly be affected. Now, Now we peg another question on how can we stop personality politics so that we can have generational politics, that leadership or parties can endure a generation, can almost endure a generation, but it was stopped in 2002, and today it is still a shell to Gideon Moy. Okay, and basically nothing happens in that. I don't know, because the guy has money or something, but you can see that. So if we could have a three-party system in Kenya, we can be able to grow in terms of principles, in terms of ideology, and in terms of philosophies. And then what is called the psychopolitics of election will stop. Now we'll start talking about the principles of healthcare, the principles of our bridges, the principles of our school system, the principles of corruption, our judiciary, our executive, and our legislature. Now the narrative will change. So, and the politicians know about this, and they talk about this, and I can be the best person who talks about this. But when I take power checks, I'm against what I spoke against, because now I say, do you know that Kenyan politicians are the ones who earn one of the best salaries in the whole world? Do you know that, Jex? They even earn better than the US and the British people. Do you know that? They are well taken care of in terms of, you can have 3 wives and all of them will have what? Insurance from the government. And then if you serve one term, again, you have retirement the rest of your life. Do you understand what the politicians are doing to us? So, and that is why I'm telling you that now, when they go there, they become another tribe. They are no longer Kenyans. Politicians are number 49 tribe in Kenya. They speak one language, they talk one language, and that is very dangerous to a democracy. When you see Ichungwa every morning running with Otienda Molo because they live next door, nothing separates them. They earn the same money, go the same parliament, they're in the same parliamentary groups, and that is why we fail. So my take on this is this: it's going to be hard for these people to grow as long as we have personality politics, but personality cult politics, because they cannot overtake their political fathers. It's a mistake to do that. You cannot counter your political father. It is a mistake. What he says is right if you want to get the next ticket for the party.
Okay. Now there is another interesting narrative that always comes into play. Unfortunately, the clip I have is in Swahili, but let me make it sound English. This clip talks of Raila mastering the art of surviving all the regimes. This time round, he's surviving Ruto's regime by going for AU. Um, what does he stand to lose by him going to AU? Because in any case, he cannot really be active in Kenyan politics. If he were to resign huko mwisho, he have lost some mileage, or is this how he finally retires from Kenyan politics? How do you look at it that he's now transiting and he's leaving behind ODM? We're not certain what happens to it. We're not sure of Azimio. If we, as some people who would say at one time maybe supported him, what would happen to him if he goes? Will he lose? Will people lose interest of him? What does he stand to lose with him exiting? Because you answering that question will inform my next question for that.
It's a tough question. I mean, without a doubt, if Raila gets out of AU, he goes to AU, ODM, I hate to say this, is done in one way or the other. And the realignment of what comes next will be a patchwork of small parties. That some will be clans and some will never be national, no matter what. I think it was a bad move. It was a bad move for Raila to play that politics. I don't know if he sits down to understand that that will be detrimental. However, he has decided to do it. For those who believed in ODM as a party to the future, and those who also believed in UDA as the party for the future, did so knowing that at some point, and that is the Ruto narrative, which sometimes makes me happy, that we must have two parties to fight. All these many parties, coalitions, or what, really do not have, because those are loose cannons that break away, and we are not able to conglomerate them together in a cohesive force. Today, we have a country whereby the majority is the minority in the House, and the minority is the majority, whereby even the speakership is artificial speakership, not real speakership. And that's the sad part of the nature of bad politics, that we are being governed by people who never won the election, and we are opposing those who won the election. So in short, in your question, I believe that there will be realignment and transition, but that transition, I see it to be to really bother me, because the people who are smart like Sifuna can be subject to be casualties in the future because of the power that Baba has given. People like Baba Owino might be casualties of the people who have money, and people who have what? Influence in that country. So we should not leave our politics to dogs. We must preserve parties that have been there for years. And by preserving them, we must understand that we must pass a law that the government should not be the one that bankrolls the big parties. That part, the treasury, the money should come from the treasury right away, so that these parties do not have problems in the administration and governance. But right now, the way we have played our politics is a party can die because the government of the day has refused to give it what? Money to operate. And the lack of money is what kills best politicians like Kalonzo. If Kalonzo really had good money, okay, a businessman, he will be very far. His lack of having a chopper, you can see, is a problem. A CS comes one day, is a CS less than 3 years, he has 3 choppers. But Kalonzo probably never played the politics of corruption. And that is why, as a national leader, he is incapable of doing what Kenyans would have wanted him to do in the absence of Baba. Next, I have to say that unfortunately, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I'm equally too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
But we have 2 questions we must answer.
Okay.
2 questions we must answer. Number 1, before I even ask you, I want to play 2 clips, then I bring in the question. Listen in as you take a breather, then we go on. This is where I begin.
Let's put our hands together and welcome former Kitui Governor, Honorable Charity Ngilu.
Is Madam Governor and my guru, my colleague before I left, and now the Chair of Council of Governors, Madam Cicely Berire, Kenya, and how far you want them to go. For us women, when we are supported this way, we really got to take this with both hands and to make sure that this G7 that has started today and strategy being launched today can go a long way in increasing the number of women in leadership in this country. When you work with the women, as Governor Sakaja has said, if you work with half in the field, half the team, you cannot achieve as much as you should achieve. So women need to be involved in every sphere of development. And I want to ask Your Excellency Anne Waiguru, we are talking about increasing the numbers to 16. But may I ask that we should increase the numbers to 25, if not 47. Having women governors in the 47 counties will really help the president to go forward. And indeed, let's start looking at the government itself, making sure that whoever president will be there will get 50% of his cabinet or her cabinet to be women. We must not be apologetic to what we want. And I want to assure you, Your Excellency, by the way, if you have more women in leadership, they'll help you carry a lot of the work that you are doing. They will help you, and very well indeed. You'll be freer than you are today. Women, I think there is something I want to say here about politics. Something is worrying me very much. We women have seen here that we are going to make sure that we will work across political divide. All parties, we as women must come together and ensure that whatever party you are in, we will support you where you are. What for me has shocked me in the last few days is a new handshake, Your Excellency. And I thank you for supporting Baba to become the AU chair. But you cannot take him alone. He has many other people with him.
Very deliberate here. Charity Ngilu occupies a very special place in our country. She is the first woman to dare to run for president, materially. And she's been a great inspiration. I must say this. Charity is many times very hard on me. But I must say this about her, that she is a great inspiration to many women, not in her party, to many women across Kenya. Her daring spirit has inspired many of these women who are today leaders in Kenya. I want to ask those of you who are leaders today, please, the mentorship that Charity gave you, please mentor others by demonstrating great leadership going into the future. And we are going to stand together to work with you.
I'm sure that one you didn't have, eh? I'm 100% sure that one you didn't expect. And you know me, I must save the very best for last. Let's talk about Charity Ngilu. I love how he massaged the president before, and then the president equally responded in very kind words. Could we be seeing, let's start from where she started. Is there a handshake? Is there a soft handshake, Kwanzaa?
Jex, I've said this over and over. And I remember the first time I came to your show, I'd moved from a sister channel because we were running a narrative that was not right. Okay? And I felt frustrated that I cannot live in lies because I foresaw this coming. I've said several times, there is a pact between Ruto and Raila that is very subtle, and it is going to work in this country. Don't be surprised to see Ngilu in the reshuffle of government being put there on the context and the pretext of 50% of women. Palipo moshi apakosi nini? Moto. So you are seeing, what we are seeing now is smoke. We must look where the fire is. You know, you are legitimizing a government that you critically worked so hard never to be in place. Your Excellency, that word alone. And it is a word that I told people a long time ago when I complained that Orengo called the president His Excellency 13 times in his first tour to CIA. The other day that Ruto was in Homa Bay, for the first time, Raila did not say Mr. Ruto. He said the president. The president. And that is why Martha Karua right now itakuwa ni maji na nini? Maji na nini in our country. Now, maji na mafuta. Okay? The proximity of Ruto to ODMers is appalling. And it has taken a turn and a twist that nobody ever imagined or contemplated. And that was one line that people were so disheartened when Raila went to Arambe House and did a handshake with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I think there are people like Duke, there are people like Kenya Rebel who are so mad until wakakataa huyu mzee kabisa. Some of the vendetta Raila has is because of that Arambe. Now, Raila is smarter now. He's doing what is called managing our people while he's in the government. Wacha nikuulize Jex. Umeona Raila ameenda for ODM delegate meeting. Kulikuwa na askari wangapi wale? Wakampigia salute. Na Raila akapita katikati akiwa, unajua, as a president or a leader, there is a way you behave wakati unapigiwa salute. Wewe unafanya tu mkono hivi na ukiendelea. Au simami? Ni kufanyanga tu hivi na kuenda. If you look at the president of America when he's in Air Force One, akitokanga tu kwa ndege tu hivi, askari unapata tu anafanya tu hivi na akiendelea kuenda. Raila was behaving like a president. The other day, when Raila went to the fire that had occurred in Babu Wino's constituency, there was another askari, again alimpigia salute. That tells you a lot. You see, if you can't be honest to yourself, you will be hurt, Naisias. You will be hurt to the core. Ngilu cannot come out of nowhere and start saying, Asante for the handshake. Everything in politics is calculated. Nothing is by accident. And if it's by accident, it was designed to be so. You hear my last statement? If it is an accident, the politician designed so it can be. So hawa watu wanakataa hapa, hakuna handshake, hakuna nini, kila kitu. Wacha wajue the reshuffle that is going to come. Don't be surprised to kupata, and this, especially they will start with these parastatal appointments that nasikia they may come even next week. Don't be surprised. When Raila first had a handshake with Moi, remember for the first time, if you are older Jex by then, but I know you are young. Tulitoa mtu alikuwa anaitwa Kilonzo died. When Kilonzo died, we brought in another police commissioner. But when they had a handshake, what happened was there was a Luo police commissioner for the first time in the history of Kenya. And there were sweeping changes. I remember Kisumu stage used to have what used to like a sewage ilikuanga all over open sewage. That is when Moi builds Kenyatta Sports Ground Center. Na maendeleo ikaingia Kisumu like crazy. That is when we started calling it Kisumu City. And the politics that is being played today has been in work for a very long time. Murkomen kept on going to Homa Bay, and I started asking Jex, these trips to Homa Bay, Mimi, they are not normal. Every now and then, Murkomen was where? In Homa Bay. At one time, Murkomen akasema, kama sio baba, mimi singekuwa siasa. Baba ndiye alinichagua, nikaenda sijui ni corporate planning, sijui ni commission, kutoka huko, nikakuwa nini? Nikakuja nikapenya. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa baba, na nitabaki kuwa mwanafunzi wa baba. Those were statements that we are being told in preparation of what was cooking. But we kept denying them. We kept denying. When Ruto went to the first Luo Nyanza rally or meetings, Gladys Wanga alifanya nini? Alimpokea na he gave him 10 bulls. Na kitu inaitwa rombo. When you go visit a Luo and you are very important, they will give you a sheep. They call it rombo, to signify your greatness. Ruto was given many rombos. And that's why I'm telling you here that these things were designed to be so, and they are being effected so, and very soon you are going to see changes that actually they wanted to do. And I think it's going to be sad for Gachagua. Seriously, it's going to be Gachagua kabisa. It is going to be sad for some people who have been denialists until today. Okay.
Now, there is this bit that inanichanganya. Think about it. When Raila Odinga was during 2022 elections, the lady who was in charge of, I think, Azimio, Sterling Sete and all, apart from the deputy governor wa Nyeri, alikuwa ni Charity Ngilu. One of the person mwenye alikuwa anasema so many serious statements against William Ruto alikuwa Charity Ngilu. 2 occasions now I've seen her. After the elections, she went missing for quite some time. People were asking her, where has she been? She's the lady who really brought a lot of things against one William Ruto. She brought so many things. She was a Twitter guru. Alikuwa na tweet so many. Today, her sentiments was very interesting. One of the things that she said was, Raila was not alone defending the seat for our presidency. We were many. The word we were many. So one amemshukuru yeye amepata. So ni kama anajitetea, sisi wengine bwana Prezo, si tucheki nyuma ya tent. Then the president comes in and pampers her with very interesting remarks. From where you sit, Charity Ngilu represents a certain clique of leaders as well. Is this how some leaders now will begin to troop to William Ruto? That by the time Nafika 2022, the other side, the other half that will not be agreeing with William Ruto, they will really have serious work to do, because if Ngilu is going, if Raila Odinga will not be on the pattern, what happens to the other side?
You know, politics is a very funny game. The absence of Baba will mean that some people who have draft cases that are serious are going to pay the price. So as a good politician with a cathedral mindset, you must understand that the politics is over and administration has come in. So in so doing so, you've seen people like Aisha Juma go greet Baba Mapema. These are people who understand politics. Mama Ngilu finally said something that was also eking. Alisema kuwa akienda sisi wengine tunabaki wapi? Sisi tuende na yeye.
And you remember in Homa Bay, she asked Raila Odinga, umepanga aje? You know, like she was wanted that conversation. Raila, as you're leaving, umeplan aje? You know, she's carrying some certain conversation. So what do you make of? Yes.
You know, in politics, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. And that is 101 politics. I guarantee you, that woman Ngil. You see, let me tell you, it is Malema who once said, told Zuma. No, it was Nani Ndozi. Was it either Malema, Floyd Shivambu, or the other young boy who told him, I know, as we sit in this parliament, there are people you like from our party that if it was possible, you will have put us as your ministers because we are logical and we make sense. We have superior logic. Let me tell you, as Ruto sits in his cabinet today, there are people that he wishes were in his party so that he can put them in the right seats, so that he can govern better. And I know one of them is Charity Gill. So the narrative they are running is a narrative of foregone conclusion that Charity in the future or in a parastato anaenda kuchaguliwa parastato fulani and anajua ni nini inaenda kuhappen. Okay, so Charity is preparing us that nikikuwa appointed next week, just know that me and the president, we are okay. So that bromance does not come without a price. There can't be a certain bromance all of a sudden that me and Aida Barak tumekosana kabisa, and all of a sudden we start having a bromance that does not make sense. So that bromance started somewhere. Charity Ngilu is an iron lady person. In fact, sometimes she's a more iron lady than even Martha Karua, because at least here anaweza cheka. Martha Karua hajui kucheka kabisa, and she has a convincing voice in herself. So I think when it comes now the 2/3 gender or the 50%, people like Charity Ngilu will be used by the president, okay, to make sure that that agenda is won. However, I think there are many other surprises that we are going to get, my brother, that as a diehard of ODM, I don't know if I can be able to withstand, but the good thing I prepared myself earlier. Yeah.
Final question. With the coming of Charity Ngilu, does it neutralize the Kalonzo element?
That's a good question. I didn't see that coming, and it can be. You're right. It can be. Because, I mean, that's a good political move. You see, a person, if you remember, during the Azimio approach, the person that used to say, wacha kupembeleza huyu ni watermelon. In fact, yani, the woman was hitting on Kalonzo badly, to the point I used to question, hey, hata kama. And my good friend once told me a quote that I'll never forget. That's PK, not Stone PK, the other PK from Chicago. He once told me that if you have a dozen of cows in your yard, in your herd, and you have only one bull, but the bull is old, do you castrate it? The answer was no. The answer was no. The only bull that cannot be castrated, no, not the only bull. You cannot castrate the only bull because of posterity. Okay? So you must wait and see on how to deal with it. So this is what I can say. The reason Kalonzo is surviving the politics of the area is because they have only one bull. If another bull will come out, which I think should have come out had he remained, had Mutula Kilonzo Jr. remained in the circle of Baba, He was the perfect person to take over Kalonzo. Perfect. But now Kalonzo remains to be relevant because there is no any other bull in Ukambani that can take over. Okay? So if Charity Ngilu is able to neutralize, I hear the governor of Kitui is doing so bad, and the people are complaining that they didn't do what? They didn't make a good choice. This guy was a governor before. This governor was there before he messed up, and then this governor was re-elected up, and then he's messing up, and people are thinking of Charity Ngilu again. So it can be that there is a pact between UDA leadership and Ngilu party to frustrate Kalonzo and make Kalonzo just concentrate on the Ukambani politics instead of going national. That can be a possibility. That can be. But I did not see that coming. That's a very good analysis there.
All right. Now, can I give you at least a moment to give your closing remarks? But I'll have a clip for our viewers on several things. But I'll not play the whole of it. I'll tell you where to go see of it. I'll play one from Babu Owino and the other one from Oparanya. But in your closing remarks, is this now, with the exit of Raila Odinga, is this now the birthing of new political matrix in Kenya?
Yes, generational politics is very tough. Transitions are very tough, but the dust does settle. The president of Zambia, HH, made a transition when he defeated Edgar Lungu, and it was a difficult transition for the people of Zambia to comprehend. In fact, they thought that Edgar Lungu was better, but in that transition, they came to learn that when a transition happens, changes must happen. Things cannot remain status quo. Therefore, we must also ask ourselves, or for the people who like to read, must read about revolutions, must read about government changes, must read about policy changes, must read about new money and old money, must understand that things will never be static. Politics is a dynamic thing, and the person that cannot adapt to changes is a person that is in bondage. You have to change based on the situation. The fact is, whether he won or not, I know he did not win. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. He carries the tools of power, and therefore that denialism, so that is why we must coalesce around him, even if we don't like him, to get also our share of cake, because the way Kenya operates in a very wrong way. Kenya operates that unless you're close to the presidency, you may never be able to eat the cake. That is how we palate. That's how we have been operating, unfortunately. It should never be that way. That's why we fought for devolution. But the first timers of devolution refuse to do devolution to the core. Okay? To a point, sometimes our Senate is almost a useless institution, because what they ought to do, they are not even doing. So my finishing remark on that is simply that, look, it's going to be tough for us to sit that some of the leaders that fought for the constitution, for the changes, who went to jail, were never given a permission to be leaders in this country. I will quote Hussein Mohammed, the former IBC commissioner, interviewed one time, said this, that I wish I could have seen Raila's presidency. Kenya missed a presidency that was to benefit them, but it's too late. There's nothing we can do. But history will judge us wrongly as a country. Now, let me do my finishing remark. That one was based on your question. there's a lot that has been going on in our people in our country. Mama ananyang'anywa kanisa yake, Will Paul ndio huyo anashikwa kwenda hapa, Diana Bahati ndio hao anataka kumweka jela, Embara Mbamba ndio huyo anaambiwa 6.4 million, alafu Nyako ndio huyo anaonyesha nunu yake mahali anaonyesha. I mean, there's a lot that has been going on, and it's because of frustrations and it's because of boredom. I wish Ruto could see the frustration our young people have. You see, the energy in our young people is being wasted. Youth are the most energetic moments of our people. And once we waste the youthhood of our people, we end up with a country. We end up with a country that is like a pariah state. So for me, I think we will give you an opportunity, which we never wanted to give you, Mr. Ruto. We will give you an opportunity to govern this country, and rightly so. We will give you peace. But don't make the mistakes that will make you regret that you should have done this and you never did. Do good things to Kenyans. If Baba has given you a soft landing and told you that, look, all we want is for Kenya to develop, I think it will be wise for this man to also understand that. But I tell you the truth, history will judge us harshly because of hatred, because of indoctrination, because of ignorance. They say a vote of one ignorant man messes the society. Just one vote of an ignorant man messes the society. So many ignorant people have made us miss or squander a chance that we had to keep striving. We were in Bernard's channel the other day, and somebody did say something that shocked me, Mr. Jakes. He told me the unemployment rate in Tanzania is 2.9%. I differed with him. I said, no. Are you okay? He said, Alex, I know what I'm saying. True to his word, I went to the World Bank newspaper, Business Daily, African Business Daily, only to find that it's true. The unemployment rate, it is 2.9% in Tanzania. In Kenya, it's a whopping 45%. 45%. Do you see that gap? Do you see that paradigm shift? It tells us that we are doing things in a wrong way. Our priorities are totally anti our children. And if you can only invest in them, that's the only wealth we have. Some wealthy countries like Finland, Sweden, and so on, the Scandinavian countries, today have old people, they don't have a young population. And they are feeling it to the core. Yet we have the largest young generation, but we have totally missed it. The Ethiopian economy is doing well because their companies have been protected. It's a closed economy. You don't import toothpicks, sugar, and all that. You cannot over the years. But what are we doing? We are importing even condoms. We are importing even tea bags again. We make tea and still we import Colombia tea. Does it make sense? So I think, Ruto, we will give you a chance because Baba has decided so, but you need to do the right thing. I mean, inside my heart, I'm bleeding. I'm really bleeding, but I must accept the truth. I cannot stay on denialism the rest of my life. Thank you, Jax.
All right. On that note, let's listen in to one guy here.
Let's now talk about Azimio leader Raila Odinga's AU bid. Of course, we've been seeing the recent dalliance with President William Ruto that has sparked concerns about potential compromises within the opposition. From where you sit as a member of the opposition, do you think the opposition is compromised?
Opposition is not compromised. Everybody has a dream, everybody has a vision. Baba's dream is to be the chairperson of AU. Okay?
I thought the dream was to be the president.
That already has passed.
Okay.
That already has passed. Not unless now we are still focusing on 2027, which still he has that right. He has a democratic right to contest in 2027. But before then, there is the isness. And in life, there's the isness and the oughtness. So you must achieve the isness for you to get the oughtness. So you can dream of the oughtness, but you must get the isness. Now the isness now is AU chairperson, of which this AU chairperson, Ruto is one of the voters. Is going to vote. So Baba is allowed to campaign, and is allowed to campaign and ask for Ruto's vote. There is nothing wrong with that. But there is the institution of the opposition. If at all we were saying that we are now in bed with the government, why would we walk out during the housing levy bill? We walked out, which means that opposition is still doing its work and it's still intact. Okay? So, to me, I don't know, politics you can never say never, but tomorrow, I don't know how I can still stand and say now that I'm now supporting Ruto. It is very difficult for me to do so. Okay? Because personally I have my principles. Baba can even work with Ruto how much he wants to work with him. I have no problem with that. It is for the sake of the AU. As Babu Owino, my role is to keep this government in check. And that is what I'm going to do. And nobody will tell me not to do so. I will do it.
Now, as the Azimio leader...
All right. 20 seconds. Your reaction to Babu Owino?
Babu Owino is confirming that Raila is working with Ruto, unfortunately. I mean, everybody is confirming that. You see that disclaimer that Baba can work with Ruto? But look, the politics of what we call personality politics is so conniving, my friend, to a point that if Baba works with Ruto, you can't tell me that the opposition is solid or the minority. Let's be honest. We can act so. We can act so, but it is not. And a politician is to say words to appease both his party and the people. Babu Owino knows that he can only be re-elected from a party that is ODM. And also he's also fighting to become the governor of Kisumu. Now that Wanyonyi was told that he is the one who's going to vie for Nairobi. So as a politician, Babu Owino can juggle and say the right words, okay? But the issue of housing levy, we failed. The issue of finance bill, we have failed. I mean, there are so many things that we took to court. Right now, we are not taking them back to appeal. Why? Because of this AU seat will also judge Baba badly. In as much as the country also, but this AU seat again will judge Baba badly, depending on what he's able to do in the AU to facilitate. So people are not going, in a larger pretext, people are not going to look at what Baba did for Africa. But again, it's okay Baba has done that, because that is also a nice way to quit the politics, be an administrator, retire with dignity. And that's why Babu Owino say everybody has his own dream. But those thinking that we own Baba, I think that is the mentality that will finish Kenyans. But Babu has a good narrative. Babu will become the governor of Kisumu if he plays his politics very well, and he has so done it. I hope he has enough money, because right now, doing the seat for a governor, you require like $1 billion or so. I hope he will have enough money. I hope he will have a good job. I've seen him now. He's doing his piloting classes. I think he finished his karate class. The guy works hard to do what he intends to do. He said he stopped taking cocaine. I hope so. So I think he's in the right trajectory. So, but what he should not lie to us is that the opposition is standing or the minority is standing. It is not. And that's why it's been difficult to deal with the NADCO report. Okay? NADCO report is going to be the test Okay, and I see a lot of problems with the NATCO report. So let's wait for the NATCO report if it will be implemented and how they are going to implement it. Thank you.
All right. Finally, there's a clip I stopped because it ended somewhere, and this is where I want to end it here. Right. So let's.
Umwa, Trade CS Rebecca Miano, Soipan Tuya of the Ministry of Environment, Penina Malonza of the Ministry of East African Community, Susan Nakumicha, the CS for Health, and Florence Bore, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection.
And I want to ask women leaders, I know you may want higher numbers, but we can do it. You know, we can do it progressively. Let us get what we think is attainable now. You guys know what you need to do. We can then take it to the next level, and then take it to the next level, and finally get it to 50-50.
Though snail-paced, the journey to equality for women in leadership seems to be gaining momentum. If the election of 7 women to head counties is anything to go by.
We will be, all of us, in New York in the next 2 weeks, fundraising for support and getting technical support as well for each of the counties and also for the counties that have potential women leaders.
But I'd like to finally really thank you, not just for supporting the women and women leaders, because it's about the women at the grassroots. And the way you have moved to support the women at the grassroots, wale wadogo sana.
The launch of the Women Governors Caucus G7 strategy is just the beginning of the next phase of the transformational journey to ensure representation and inclusion of women in leadership.
Why have I ended that way? Because today, the 8th here in Kenya mjafika, but in Kenya, we are already on the 8th. Now, 8th happens to be World Women International Day. So I've chosen deliberately to finish with that part to wish all the women right here from Kenya Newslink a happy Women's International Day. It was by coincidence that meeting happened and the talk about women was happening. We here at Kenya Newslink wish to celebrate all our able women, our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our spouses, our side chicks, our front chicks, our center chicks, whatever chicks. But we wish to celebrate all the ladies because you are the strength that really empowers our world. And we really appreciate you. We wish you the very best as you celebrate today, the Women's Day. That but then kama functions zote zinakuanga zenyu, so ni sawa tu. I don't know if I can't remember which day is Men's Day, but we celebrate your women. Congratulations on this beautiful day, the 8th of March 2024. May you have a blast one. Alex, I give you an opportunity as well to end it that way. What do you tell our women in this day? I'm sure bado kwenyu ijafika, lakini in a couple of hours nitakuwa kwa Women's Day. What do you say about it?
Yeah, I can only say congratulations for the show, first of all. It was a good show. Secondly, I will say to our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, our nieces, our grandmothers, it is really a good day to celebrate you. Because when God created man alone, when God looked at man, he said, it's not good for a man to be alone. And therefore he created a woman. And after a woman was born or was created, God said, it is very good. At first it is not good at all. After a woman was created, God said, it is very good. So you are very good creatures. And the word good in the Bible is not what we use good today. Somebody can have sex and say it was good sex. Somebody can have food and say it was good food. the Bible word for good is procreation. So we are because you are. Did you hear that, Jex? We are because a woman is there. So thank you for that nurturing and procreation over the time. More especially, our lady here, Ida Barak, happy Women's Day. I will call you and tell you that again.
All right. Happy Women's Day to you all. We really appreciate you, all our mothers, our grandmothers, our daughters, our wives, all our friends who are ladies, all of us who are ladies. No, hey, sorry. All of you who are ladies. Not all of us. But
You're
anyway,
right.
all the things.
You know, Jex, you're right. Here in this country, there are three ways of introducing yourself. You say, my name is Alex and I'm a he. Another person will say, my name is Ida, I am a she. But then there's a new one that says, my name is Alex. My name is Alex. I was born a he, I am a she.
All right. All right.
So you never
Happy
know.
Women's Day. Tukutane kesho and tutakuwa na show moja fiti. Asante sana Aida. Let me equally take this moment to appreciate the comment team ambao wanakuanga so beautiful always. Aida, asante sana. Mohamed Ege, asante sana. Thank you so very much. Goodia, I see you. Asante sana for your participation. I saw Kenya Revolutionary. Asante sana for your comments and your sentiments, my brother. I wish to see you very soon kwa show. Nani mwingine hapa naona mlikuwa kibao wadau. Hata hii mashine yangu imeanza kukataa kuwapeleka message zilikuwa mingi hivi All right, I see. Let me continue reading some. I see Remosi Egon, asante. Shema Hussein, asante sana. Thank you very, very much for your sentiments. Namuona Geoffrey Ruto, thank you for your comments. Ninashukuru sana my brother. Namuona jamaa umeanza kujita Antichrist. Remosi Egon, okay, sawa. Okay, sawa. Kwa raha zako my brother. Namuona nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Kadabilo, asanti sana the Somali, na kuona ulikuwa ndani. Jambazi Kamili, asanti sana, na wengi ambao umetuma. The messages were many, they were coming in thick and fast. This show wouldn't have happened without you guys. You guys are just but amazing. To my able panelists who made it possible, thank you very, very much. You guys are just but the best. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without your support and your time, and equally for you tuning in to Kenya Newslink. Now, thank you so much for those of us subscribing to Kenya Newslink. We really don't take it for granted. We appreciate all your support. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for choosing Kenya Newslink. I am glad that you have subscribed to Mtembei TV and for Kenya News, but equally subscribe to Kenya Newslink, because here as well, we'll be giving you enough content you'll enjoy, content you'll truly appreciate. So subscribe to Kenya Newslink, and as well as I just said right now, to our women, happy Women's Day, today being the 8th of March 2024. Thank you very, very much. We are glad that this day today happened in such an auspicious day like the Women's Day. Asante sana. I've always been your host, Jex, the moderator. It's never easy to do this, but I'm always grateful to have this privilege to do it. All right, to sit here and listen to you, because you guys listen to us as well. We love it so much that equally you give us the opportunity to give you what we give you. So asante kwa kutusikiza, asante kwa kuwa part of this show. See you tomorrow. I know you will be there, and I will equally be there with another great topic, with another great panelist, with another great discussion. This has been Kenya Newslink. This has been your show. Kindly keep me up on YouTube. Subscribe kwa hii channel. Subscribe until you can't stop but subscribe. This is Newslink. This is Subscribe. I was to play you something from Oparanya, but I'll do that tomorrow. I'll get it summarized so well, and then I'll play it for you tomorrow. But as usual, allow me to end the show with one jam that has become favorite to many. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you same time, same place. Have a pleasant morning and happy Women's Day.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, kokote Kenya yaenda mbele. Kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia, tunajivunia.